Chapter 394. How can he be so strong above the sea of clouds? A man clad in golden battle armor stood proudly. He had a strapping figure and exuded an aura of domination. Clutching a long spear, his golden armor radiated a brilliance that reached thousands of meters. Looking above his helmet, the stars scattered across, and the universe dazzled. He appeared as if he was amidst the universe itself. Looking downward, he could see the vast ocean with continents appearing as mere pebbles under his feet, so insignificant. His gaze locked onto the Taitsong continent, filled with a fighting spirit. He hailed from the Immortal Dynasty, known as Autumn Evening Immortal Lord. Upon closer inspection, his left hand was held aloft, and within the palm was a city with numerous cultivators above it, tinier than specks of dust. Broken Sea Domain City. Xianxia, whose cultivation level had reached the 7th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, looked up at Autumn Evening Immortal Lord with eyes filled with fear. This domain master of the Broken Sea had never felt so weak. He who ruled over all beings in his domain now felt only panic, unable to maintain the demeanor of a domain master. What do? We can't escape it all. What realm is this guy in that he can suppress us all with a single palm? Autumn Evening Immortal Lord. I've heard of his legends. He surpassed the carefree primordial immortals centuries ago. In his youth, he was unrivaled among his peers. The Immortal Dynasty is too presumptuous. Aren't they afraid of Xianxia coming back? We should have eradicated the Immortal Dynasty long ago. The successive Xianxians were too benevolent. Cultivators in Broken Sea Domain City discussed anxiously as despair spread throughout the city. Autumn Evening Immortal Lord did not glance at the city in his palm. His focus remained steadfast on Taitsong continent, waiting for the Holy Court Holy Sword to make a move. If he could slay the Holy Sword, he would gain immense chi fortune. He had investigated. The Holy Court Holy Sword had not received the chi fortune of the Holy Court, making him an easier target without the protection of the chi fortune of the Holy Court. He patiently waited as he had set a deadline in his mind. If the Holy Court Holy Sword did not appear by the time, he would have no choice but to annihilate the Broken Sea Domain. For him, a born immortal spirit, slaying numerous beings did not evoke any guilt, just as humans may feel disgust, but rarely guilt when stepping on a horde of insects. All beings within the Broken Sea Domain could look up and see his immense projection. This was a divine skill with immense oppressive force, aimed to crush the spirits of the masses and kill any intent of resistance. Facing his figure that seemingly dwarfed the heavens and the earth, most beings felt intense fear. Even if they thought of fleeing, they didn't know where to go. It seemed wherever they flew, they couldn't escape from beneath the feet of Autumn Evening Immortal Lord. This was a sensation of despair, like facing the vast heavens. In the Supreme Sect, within Mystic Valley, Xianxia and Xianxia returned to the valley, and the disciples surrounded Guan, extremely tense. In such times, they could only rely on Guan, hoping he could comfort them. Don't worry, the Supreme Sect is full of experts. Moreover, Sword Venerable Fudao is here. If someone provokes Sword Venerable Fudao, how could he tolerate it? Guan spoke, alleviating some of the disciples' tension, but some still harbored concerns. Master, is Sword Venerable Fudao really still here? Although there's indeed a vast sword intent on the heavenly repair platform, he hasn't made a move in many years. A disciple said worriedly, immediately causing other disciples to echo his sentiment, and panic spread once again. Guan continued to comfort them verbally while considering in his heart how to deal with this Tao void mysterious immortal. How dare this guy show such a form and openly challenge him in front of everyone? Then Guan must also defeat this man assertively in front of all beings. It's been too long since he last acted. It's about time to remind the disciples of his existence. This time he wouldn't use swordsmanship, opting for something more spectacular. After calming the disciples, Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. When he teleported to the third medicine valley, as soon as his right foot touched the ground, he began to unleash his divine skills. Xiaoyu first turned her gaze towards him, but a moment later, she was captivated by the anomaly in the sky. Rolling dark clouds spun violently, and a massive wind surged between heaven and earth as an immense oppressive force descended. Countless beings instinctively looked up only to witness a moment they would never forget. The sea of clouds in the sky formed a cyclone that kept rising as if intending to sweep into outer heaven. As the remaining clouds ascended, more of Autumn Evening Immortal Lord's majestic figure was revealed. However, this time, the beings did not fear his figure because a yet larger presence appeared. That was the sky's zenith. A huge disk, swirling with gray mist, expanded while rotating, quickly overshadowing the top of Autumn Evening Immortal Lord's head. Autumn Evening Immortal Lord's true form looked up as his immense projection did likewise, his face showing fear. The ultimate primordial disk. This was a great divine power inherently possessed by the primordial ultimate body, supremely overbearing. Guan had never used this great divine power in reality before. As the ultimate primordial disk began to coalesce, the vast oppressive force engulfed Autumn Evening Immortal Lord, leaving him unable to escape. How is this possible? What is his cultivation level? Autumn Evening Immortal Lord thought with a pounding heart. He was a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, and the Holy Court Holy Sword had never demonstrated the power of a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal in the reports from the Immortal Dynasty. The Holy Sword's strength was regarded as between the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma and a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Even if it reached the level of a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, it shouldn't surpass his own. He was a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal of the 7th layer. But right now, he finally realized how terrifying the cultivation level of the Holy Court Holy Sword was. Not even a divine thought, true immortal, could possess such exaggerated oppressive power. He could not escape, nor could he speak, and even his divine sense and primordial spirit could not leave his body. Fear and despair swiftly occupied his heart, and his eyes were full of terror. Under his gaze, the ultimate body of the primordial talisman successfully condensed, and the gray disk was covered in dense patterns, as if it hid a vast world, awe-inspiring to behold. The projection of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was immensely large, towering over everything, making all else seem insignificant. Yet under the ultimate body of the primordial talisman, he appeared less so. The ultimate body of the primordial talisman seemed to cover the entire great heavenly spirit land. In truth, it only covered the sky of the Broken Sea domain. Guan had used a small trick. In the eyes of the beings in the Broken Sea domain, the ultimate body of the primordial talisman indeed seemed as vast as the great heavenly spirit land, creating a terrifying visual impact. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared from thin air next to Xiaoyu, looking up in amazement. What kind of divine power is this? The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was filled with fear. He had heard of Sword Venerable Fudeo's existence, but his divine sense had swept through the supreme sect without finding him. He thought Sword Venerable Fudao had been scared off. Now, it seemed that their cultivation levels were too different, and he simply couldn't detect where Sword Venerable Fudao was, or who he was. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao had appeared before him, and he had failed to see through him. The thought made him shiver with dread. Standing beside him, Xiaoyu did not respond. She too had never witnessed this divine power, and her heart was filled with shock. Just how powerful was Sword Venerable Fudao? She had already recalled memories from her past life, where in the 7-star spirit realm, Sword Venerable Fudeo's demonstrated strength was far less than it was now. She had then looked forward to Sword Venerable Fudeo's future, but now it seemed she had underestimated him. Back then, she had unleashed the power of a primordial Taoist talisman, with her true self's consciousness returning. If her true self had misjudged, Didn't that imply that Sword Venerable Fudeo's Tao level was stronger than her true self's? Her feelings became complicated. If they felt this way, what about all living beings? What is that? My heavens, am I dreaming? Could it be that heaven is angry? It's Sword Venerable Fu Dao. It must be him. He's still in the supreme sect. Why isn't Sword Venerable Fu Dao displaying Sword Dao divine skills? Isn't this divine power stronger than the Sword Dao? Look at that guy, he's scared stiff. Ha ha ha. Daring to challenge Sword Venerable Fu Dao is truly seeking death. The supreme sect was abuzz, everyone revitalized, and the beings of the Taitsong continent were also excited, shouting the name of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. For the countless beings of the Broken Sea domain, it was merely a shock. Is this the capability of the Holy Sword of the Holy Court? If heaven had power, would it not be like this? It's been many years since anyone dared to challenge me. This is the ultimate body of the primordial talisman. Feel the power of the Tao. A hoarse voice echoed through the world, laden with oppression. Hearing this voice, all beings were electrified. Yu Yingying looked towards Guan from afar, seeing his shocked expression, and she was filled with confusion. And Xin was also looking at Guan, and her heart was full of admiration. Compared to her master, her acting was still too poor. At the same time, she was overwhelmed. Was this truly her master's power? Little did she know, Guan hadn't even used his full strength. He had even suppressed his aura to the 9th layer of the divine thought, true immortal realm, giving others a glimmer of hope to continue sending people to their doom. Yet even so, Xianxia felt he was beyond a divine thought, true immortal, and perhaps even a usual free immortal could not match him. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, rendering the beings temporarily deaf, which didn't pain them, but merely left them unable to hear. Countless creatures watched the vast ultimate body of the primordial talisman descend, as if witnessing a divine spectacle. Guan opened his mouth in disbelief, staring at the sky as the strong wind swirled his robes. With a thought, he allowed the sun and moon Netherworld Emperor to speak, nothing more. No, Elder, I was wrong. Give me a chance to atone. Once the sun and moon Netherworld Emperor realized he could speak, like grasping a lifeline in water, he yelled hoarsely, his voice echoing throughout the Broken Sea domain. Under Gu An's suppression, beings outside the Broken Sea domain couldn't hear, but the already deaf beings of the Broken Sea domain distinctly heard the sun and moon Netherworld Emperor's hoarse scream. Gu then was establishing his authority among the beings of the Broken Sea domain, yet he also wanted the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court to underestimate him. No matter how much the sun and moon Netherworld Emperor begged for mercy, the descent speed of the ultimate body of the primordial talisman suddenly decreased. Eventually, the ultimate body of the primordial talisman landed above the head of the sun and moon Netherworld Emperor. Almost instantly, the projection of the sun and moon Netherworld Emperor was annihilated, and his true self felt an incredibly terrifying suction force. The main city of the Broken Sea domain he held was yanked out, crashing into the ocean, leaving the cultivators there wide-eyed. They would never forget this scene in their lifetimes. How could he be so powerful? Qing Songzi muttered to himself, suddenly realizing why Sword Venerable Fu Dao had declined the offer of the Qi Fortune Fruit position and why the Holy Minister had agreed. Chapter 395. Fame Shakes the World. The Apex Talent. The Supreme Primordial Great Disk hung high above, much like the highest and supreme Tao suspended above all living beings. The true form of Immortal Lord Xianxia was drawn into the Supreme Primordial Great Disk, so filled with despair and helplessness, devoid of any means of resistance. As he disappeared into the Supreme Primordial Great Disk, the rumbling of heaven and earth continued unabated, causing the entire Broken Sea domain to tremble as if the apocalypse had arrived. Moments later, a prompt appeared before Gu An's eyes. You have successfully slain Immortal Lord Xianxia, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 7. 340,876 years of lifespan. Not bad. It saves half a month's labor. Although Guan thought this, the look of shock remained on his face. That was his belief. The acting had to be thorough. The supreme primordial great disk did not vanish immediately, but continued to hang in the sky for the adoration of all beings. Because the supreme primordial great disk was so immense, the patterns on it were so clear to all beings. Those images seemed to record ancient myths, which left the beings in awe. After a long while, the wind between heaven and earth began to calm, and a majestic gray fog emerged around the supreme primordial great disk, drowning it in splendor, and the sky darkened. Only then did the beings regain their senses, instantly stirring with excitement. The oppressive might of immortal Lord Xianxia had completely vanished. Did this not mean that Sword Venerable Fudao had slain him? Unbelievable! Immortal Lord Xianxia had appeared daunting and formidable, like the wrath of the vast heavens, and immortal spirits could only tremble. Even with Sword Venerable Fudao's intervention, they had expected an earth-shattering great battle, yet it ended with one-sided suppression. Tyrannical, invincible. Even though they could not see Sword Venerable Fudao in person, this was the impression that the beings formed of Sword Venerable Fudao from witnessing the battle. The sky gradually brightened, and the dark clouds began to disperse, leaving no trace of the supreme primordial great disk, as if it had never appeared. The third Medicine Valley was abuzz with noise. All disciples were excited. Guan briskly approached Ji Xiaoyu and eagerly asked, "With your abilities, can you tell what realm Sword Venerable Fudao is in?" Ji Xiaoyu looked at him, offering no reply. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor then took a deep breath and said, "His realm is not something you should conjecture. Boy, just be your mortal self, and do not involve yourself in great causes." Having said that, he vanished into thin air. Guan pretended to be astonished, but felt secretly thrilled inside. Yes, this is the feeling. Though you look down on me, I shall wait for you on the immortal path. But whether you can make me see you, that's still to be seen. Guan turned to Ji Xiaoyu and asked, was he unsettled by Sword Venerable Fudao? Ji Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Indeed, Sword Venerable Fudao is powerful. I never expected there to be such a great cultivator hidden within the great heavenly spirit land. I even suspect what? Nothing. I'm going back to cultivate." As Ji Xiaoyu turned away and left, Guan cocked his head, feeling as though she too was provoked. Guan chuckled inwardly and then waited in place, feeling Xianxia's presence, eager to hear how Xianxia would boast about Sword Venerable Fudao. After 30 minutes, Supreme Sect remained noisy, and there were even many disciples kneeling at the heavenly repair platform in worship of the heaven-cutting axe. Inside the loft, Guan had a strange look on his face as he watched Xianxia sketch the supreme, primordial great disk on paper. He had a very subtle feeling that someone was spying on his path, and that person was Xianxia. That is to say, Xianxia's drawing concealed mysteries. He also pondered another question. If he could feel Xianxia's spying, then could the ancient beings depicted in her previous drawings sense her too? There was a time before when a drawing suddenly destroyed itself. Was that perhaps a warning? How about it? Impressive, right? Xianxia saw Guan silent and proudly asked. Guan looked up at her and asked, "Aren't you afraid of displeasing Sword Venerable Fudao?" Xianxia waved her hand and said, "How could that be? Sword Venerable Fudao guards the Supreme Sect, and now I too am a disciple of the Supreme Sect. He is practically my martial master. How could he mind such things? Don't forget the existence of the heavenly repair platform. No one in this world has a broader heart than Sword Venerable Fudao." Well spoken, I like it. Guan then joined in the praises for Sword Venerable Fudao, catching Xianxia in the act, who had long admired Sword Venerable Fudao, and today's battle had awakened the fervor hidden deep in her heart. It was not just them. Throughout the various oceans, continents, and islands of the Broken Sea domain, wherever there were living beings, they were discussing Sword Venerable Fudao. They preferred the name Sword Venerable Fudao over the Holy Court's holy sword. Moreover, the title of Holy Sword had been unilaterally announced by the Holy Court, and they had not heard of Sword Venerable Fu Dao accepting this title. The commotion at the Broken Sea domain was great, and even though Guan tried to contain it, the prior activities of the Autumn Evening Immortal Lord had already spread, causing various sects to start sending people to investigate. The impact of this battle was far from over. It continued to spread over the following years. The Autumn Evening Immortal Lord was no ordinary being. He was the highest realm faller of the Immortal Dynasty. When the news reached the Holy Court, the Holy Minister was greatly pleased. "Ha, do you see? This is why I agreed to him not accepting the chief fortune. When I met him, I felt he was extraordinary. Now it seems he might very well be a free immortal." The Holy Minister stood on the high steps, laughing heartily with great passion. In the hall stood holy gods, holy kings, and other beings of the third grade heavenly position. They were all immensely shocked. The Autumn Evening Immortal Lord was an age-old being with unquestioned power, yet he was easily slain. How can you tell he's a free immortal? The divine thought true immortal could also kill the Autumn Evening Immortal. The key is you couldn't see how he killed the Autumn Evening Immortal. Xianxia Emperor must be furious now. I heard the Immortal Dynasty had previously also sent people to Wu Sword Venerable Fu Dao. A free immortal? Who exactly is this divine personage? If he truly is a free immortal, his name must resonate through the ages. Could he be from outside heaven? But we need not investigate him. It would only push him towards the Immortal Dynasty. From his actions, this person has a compassionate heart for all living beings. Befriending him would pose no threat. The high ranks of the Holy Court discussed fervently, admiring Sword Venerable Fu Dao, which made the Holy Minister smile even more broadly. Their previous attempt to woo Sword Venerable Fu Dao had already caused discontent within the Holy Court, and with the court being suppressed by the Immortal Dynasty over the years, the Holy Minister felt deeply stifled. "No, I must make another trip," the Holy Minister thought, his eyes twinkling. The Immortal Dynasty received the news just as fast. Because a Tao Void mysterious immortal from their ranks had died, the Autumn Evening Immortal Lord held a revered position in the Holy Court. His death thoroughly enraged the immortals, making Sword Venerable Fu Dao the most hated figure among them. And Hao was also oppressed because of this, but his life was not in danger. Before dealing with Sword Venerable Fu Dao, he was grounded and couldn't leave the Immortal Dynasty. The deterrent power of slaying a Tao Void mysterious immortal was indeed too strong, which prevented the Immortal Dynasty from retaliating immediately, instead sinking into a strange silence. When Guan and an Xin went to the Mortal World Peak, all the peaks were discussing this battle. The name of Sword Venerable Fu Dao resounded across the world once more, earning the admiration of countless beings. After all, though Sword Venerable Fu Dao was a holy sword of the Holy Court, he had not received the reward of chief fortune. Without being under the Holy Court or the Immortal Dynasty, his capability to exhibit his own mighty prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Time flew swiftly. 3 years passed, and the end of the year arrived. Guan arrived in Mystic Valley and saw his disciples clearing the snow. His gaze landed on the mountain beside him, wherein Xianxia was following Xianxia in cultivation, all disciples feeling Xianxia's preference for Xianxia. Lu Jijiao walked over and laughed. That kid, like me back in the day, truly spares no effort in teaching his disciples, holding nothing back. In his view, Xianxia did quite well. After all, Xianxia was a descendant of an Hao. Regardless of Xianxia's achievements, he was at least forming a good bond with an Hao. Guan nodded and said, "Call them both to my cabin in a while." With that, he walked toward his own pavilion. Soon he arrived inside his house, rubbed his hands together, and then from his sleeves he took out a book. A radiant smile appeared on his face as he muttered, Xiantiani, could you write a bit faster? You're really slowing down." It had been decades since the last volume of Green Hero Travelogue was released, and over those years, Guan had been eagerly waiting. He could have divined the contents of Green Hero Travelogue by divining Xianxia, but he had chosen not to. After all, life should have some expectations. Otherwise, time would pass very quickly. He sat in a chair and began reading the book. About 30 minutes later, Xianxia brought in Xianxia to Gu An's house. 20-year-old and Xianxia had even more of an Hao's demeanor. Their facial features were nearly identical, which was probably why Xianxia had relented. There had been other descendants of the family asking her, but she had refused them all. Both of them bowed to Guan, and Xianxia curiously looked at Guan. Since entering the valley, this was the first time Guan had summoned him. Although he didn't think the nascent soul realm was very impressive, Xianxia always mentioned Gu and was no ordinary man, which made him quite curious about Gu, and Xianxia looked at Guan, his eyes concealing none of his admiration. Thinking back to that majestic scene 3 years ago, his heart surged with emotion. What loose immortal master must be Sword Venerable Fudao. No one in the entire Supreme Sect knew about Sword Venerable Fudao's hidden identity. Yet Guan hid his cultivation. It was too coincidental. Xianxia, have you felt any discomfort lately? Guan asked, his face wearing a gentle smile. He had laughed aloud when he first heard the name, and Xianxia. This young man, wanting to surpass in how? How could that be possible? Not to mention the talent. Guan would never allow his proud disciple to be surpassed by a junior. No matter how many strong and talented individuals he had seen, and how still remained his proudest disciple in Gu An's heart, even compared to the absolute geniuses in Lu Han and Long Zhan's memories, and how lost to no one. He calculated the days, and how was getting closer and closer to the Nirvana realm. After receiving the heavenly Tao inheritance in the Holy Court, and how's cultivation had surged like floodwaters through a broken dam, unstoppable in its growth. No discomfort, Master. Have you noticed anything? And Xianxia asked nervously. The curse of the family was still a shadow over his heart. He also feared suddenly dropping dead. Chapter 396. The origin of the surname and figures upon the river of destiny. Watching the utterly nervous and Xianxia, Guan reined in his smile and said, "You can only live to 25. At these words, and Xianxia's face drastically changed. Over the years, his cultivation level had risen rapidly, giving him hope, only to be told that he could only live to 25. How could he accept that? Xianxia was equally frightened. He couldn't see any issues within Xianxia, but he wouldn't question Gu An's judgment. He quickly asked, "Master, is there really no solution? Can't immortal cultivation change fate?" Guan answered, "There is, and it's to sever your karmic ties and bloodline with Hao. By doing so, from now on, the family will forget you as if you were never born into their world, though those unrelated to the family could still remember you." And Xianxia was stunned, and Xianxia was also scared. What kind of method was this? Xianxia, recalling that Guan was Sword Venerable Fudao, immediately calmed down, while Xianxia grew curious about the real identity of Guan. Sever them. Then sever them. I am willing. And Xianxia gritted his teeth. Although, over the years, under Xianxia's guidance, his hostility towards Hao had waned, he still didn't acknowledge Hao in his heart. In his view, Hao's bloodline was far from a glory, but a shame instead. Guan said, "Think about your deceased father, your grandfather, and also your mother, your sister. They will all forget you." And Xianxia opened his mouth, but couldn't be as resolute as before. Guan had Xianxia make tea for him. He wanted to see what decision Xianxia would make. Although Xianxia wanted to interject, he understood the meaning behind Gu An's instruction to pour tea. He was to stay out of it. And Xianxia clenched his fists, his mind filled with memories of time spent with his family. Unwilling. Why should he? Suddenly, Xianxia decided to accept his fate, just like the 2 words left by Hao. Resigned. But when he thought of the deep hatred born from his father's and grandfather's blood, he couldn't convince himself. How could he protect his living family members without strong cultivation? Just as Guan was about to lift the tea that Xianxia had brewed, and Xianxia said solemnly, Sever. I must sever. I need to become stronger. Even if they forget me, I must have the strength to protect them. They may not remember me, but as long as I remember them, that is enough. A look of gratification flashed in Gu An's eyes. At least for now, and Xianxia thought more about protecting his family rather than revenge. He didn't oppose Xianxia's desire for revenge, but he hoped that revenge wouldn't be the sole purpose of Xianxia's life. Guan drank the tea in one go and then stood up, his gaze falling upon Xianxia. The gold pattern on his forehead began to emit a golden light, as if an eye had appeared on his forehead, leaving Xianxia and Xianxia wide-eyed. Boom! The scene around them abruptly changed, removing the pavilion's furnishings from their view, and they found themselves in a space that was surreal and eerie. The two instinctively turned their heads, but could see nothing. They just felt an inexplicable panic. Guan picked up the fate-determining pen, pointing it at Xianxia. And Xianxia had seen the fate-determining pen before and hadn't thought much of it. But at this moment, it seemed so terrifying. Xianxia felt the same. And looking again at the crown on Gu An's head, he also felt its extraordinary nature. Could it be that his master was a treasure all over? His eyes were full of awe and fervor, wishing he could prostrate himself to his master right there. To cultivate under such a powerful figure, he felt so fortunate. Are you ready, Xianxia? Guan asked emotionlessly, causing Xianxia's throat to bob. I forgot to tell you, Guan said, the Inyuran family is taken from my name. Even if the family forgets you, as long as you follow me, you will never be separated from the family. These words made Xianxia's eyes widen in disbelief. Soared Venerable Fudao, and Xianxia felt like he had been hit by a pleasant surprise. Just as he was about to speak, Guan suddenly brandished his pen, and with a single stroke, and Xianxia felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body frozen in place. His complexion drastically changed. He wanted to speak, but found himself incapable. He could feel something being shed from him. No, being abandoned. An endless tide of loneliness overwhelmed him, and he fell into an unprecedented fear, his eyes unexpectedly brimming over with tears. At that moment, he was like a lost child, wanting to crouch down and hold himself. Your talent may not equal Hao's, but can your will surpass his? Gu An's voice reached him, like dawn's light chasing away the darkness from Xianxia's inner world. And Xianxia looked up to see Guan and Xianxia standing before him. Xianxia looking anxious and seemingly trying to say something, but Xianxia couldn't hear a thing. His gaze rested on Guan, who was looking back at him calmly. For some reason, he didn't feel distanced. Instead, he sensed a kind of power. I cannot let down my master's expectations. And Xianxia gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the negative emotions in his heart, his body trembling as if he were in a chilly cellar. At that moment, Gu An's brow furrowed, and he shifted his right foot. Suddenly, an explosive burst of demonic qi enveloped the surrounding space. Xianxia turned his head, looking towards Guan with astonishment. Guan remained silent, waiting for the threads of Xianxia's fate to be stripped away. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly Taoist backlash, Taoist friend, for changing the fate of a person entangled with the karma of the heavenly Tao? An indifferent voice came from outside the demonic qi, startling Xianxia into hastily turning around. How could there be someone else? Guan lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the demonic qi, crossing the void, to peer into another mysterious and dark space. Within it flowed a magnificent river, emanating radiant auroras, neither its source nor endpoint visible. The River of Destiny. A figure stood atop the River of Destiny. The figure shone with a silvery light, with only their silhouette discernible. Guan couldn't see through to their true form, but he could sense the other had locked onto his position. He had already employed the supreme concealing void technique, rendering the space around him impenetrable to peering eyes. Thus, he wasn't worried. Moreover, the River of Destiny was incredibly distant from him. The other party was merely communicating, with no intention of descending into the great heavenly spirit land. "Do you wish to warn or stop me?" Guin asked. The voice of the silvery figure carried through. "I intend to warn. I drift within the river of destiny and cannot descend upon the world. You need not worry. I can see that you, Daoist friend, have stepped onto the way of cause and effect. One day we shall meet. I will await you by the river of destiny." Guin seemed to think of something. His expression turned strange as he continued to ask, "May I know the name of my Daoist friend?" "I have no Daoist title, only a common name, which is likely unknown. My name is Xianxia." Hearing the name, Guin fell silent. Xianxia didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. The river of destiny, the way of cause and effect, and Xianxia. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Is this the world of the immortal path realm? While shocked, Xianxia felt an unprecedented ambition and resolve stirring within him. Chapter 397. The Escaper of the Heavenly Tao, Xianxia. Guin fell into silence, his thoughts drifting to Lu Han within the reincarnation evolution. The turning point in Lu Han's life was the birth of Xianxia. With a talent that surpassed all others, the only thing Lu Han did before his death was to resurrect Xianxia in the River of Destiny. Listening to Lu Xianxia's words, Guin could feel his vicissitudes. It was hard to imagine the long and desolate years he had endured alone. Having all of Lu Han's memories, Guin naturally felt differently about Xianxia. In his eyes, Xianxia was his son. Guin even speculated that the reason why reincarnation evolution came to be might simply be that it was originally real, just as the free immortal had to experience the reincarnation tribulation. The reincarnation tribulation of the free immortal would also lead to rebirth in different times and spaces, and the time span of reincarnation evolution was even larger, indicating a higher level of reincarnation tribulation. Guin reined in his thoughts and spoke. "Thank you for the reminder, Daoist friend. My name is Meng Lang. Should I have the chance to visit the River of Destiny in the future, we can discuss and exchange Daoist sorcery." Above the River of Destiny, Xianxia, emitting a silver glow, did not immediately respond. He stood there, like an afterimage, about to vanish into the torrent of destiny. After a while, "All right," Xianxia agreed, and then disappeared into thin air above the River of Destiny. Guin's gaze shifted to Xianxia, watching as he detached from the causality of the infamily. Jiangshi's mind wandered, curious about Xianxia's cultivation level. "Do not mention what just occurred to anyone, including Xianxia," Guin suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Jiangshi hurriedly promised to keep the matter to himself. In fact, even without Guin's instruction, he had no intention of sharing it with others. Witnessing such great power was his own fortune. How could he share it with others? Time continued to pass, and Xianxia was immersed in his own pain, unaware of what had just transpired. He could only make out the vague figures of Guin and another. He gritted his teeth and persisted as the memories of the infamily in his mind became increasingly blurred, which frightened him. He could accept the infamily forgetting him, but he could not forget them. If both sides forgot each other, they would truly become unconnected, which was not the outcome he desired. "Master, martial master," and Xianlun gritted his teeth, his cry not for the valley master of Mystic Valley, but for Enhao's master, sword venerable Fudao. "Focus your mind. As long as you miss them enough, you won't forget." Guin's voice followed. He had his own motives, deliberately tempering Xianxia, hoping Xianxia would hold family ties in the highest regard to prevent him from opposing Enhao in the future. In his heart, Enhao was definitely more important. Without Enhao, there would be no Xianxia. Hearing Guin's words, Xianxia persisted. Suddenly, with a boom, blood flame abruptly ignited on him. His body curled up and trembled incessantly. Guin raised his right hand, and a dark purple medicinal herb appeared, promptly turning into powder that hovered in his palm, forming a whirlwind. Xianxia couldn't help but fix his gaze on the whirlwind in Guin's palm, curious about what Guin was about to do. Guin then swung his palm toward Xianxia. As the palm struck out, and Xianxia's flesh instantly dispersed, leaving only a skeleton behind, which startled Xianxia. Before he could utter a word, a dark purple mist surrounded Xianxia, quickly enveloping him and covering the skeleton. Xianxia looked intently, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves, his heart in turmoil. Fearful that Xianxia would die right there. The scene was too frightening. Flesh had dispersed in an instant. Could a person still live? The dark purple mist soon submerged the skeleton, billowing and slowly forming the outline of flesh. That is, Jiangshi's eyes widened, his expression one of astonishment. Guin remained expressionless. This was a 9th-tier medicinal herb, which he had acquired at great cost. It contained vast spiritual energy, making the molding of a flesh body not challenging, as long as Xianxia's life force was controlled. If his soul had not left the body, it would be manageable. A new life and destiny. What path will you take from here? Guin wondered to himself, also contemplating whether Xianxia's maximum lifespan would increase. If it could, this act would also be a method of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Inside the attic, Guin sat in a chair, his eyes filled with disappointment. In Xianxia, Foundation Establishment Realm 8th floor 20/350/5000. His cultivation level had increased, as had his lifespan, but his maximum lifespan had not. That is to say, replacing bloodlines was not a way to change maximum lifespan. The concept of maximum lifespan became even more complex in Guin's eyes. Luckily, Xianxia was considered as having defied fate, breaking free from the destiny of the infamily. Master, may I take him down? Jiangshi, holding Xianxia and wearing an anxious expression, asked. Xianxia was covered in a robe for modesty and had not yet awakened. Guin nodded, and Jiangshi sighed with relief, signaling that Xianxia was already out of danger. He immediately carried Xianxia away. After leaving the house, he also closed the door behind him. Guin then began to ponder about Lu Qiuxian. After Lu Han was executed by the Black Profound Emperor, how did Lu Qiuxian survive? There must have been many stories behind it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the Supreme Sect, carriages progressed across the mountains. Xianxia was meditating on the floor of a carriage when she suddenly opened her eyes, frowning. What's going on, this feeling? What exactly is it? Why can't I remember? Xianxia mumbled to herself, experiencing an inexplicable sense of emptiness within her. In the carriage behind her, a mother and daughter felt the same, clutching their chests in silence, sinking into an indescribable sadness, without understanding what was causing their grief. And Hao, who was far away in the Immortal Dynasty, sensed it too. He abruptly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in concern. He looked towards the setting sun in the distance, his gaze filled with confusion. He sat meditating on a cliff, his body entwined with chains of golden light, unable to stand up. Who was trying to sever the karma with me? And Hao wondered in surprise, having delved into the way of cause and effect since he had received the legacy of the heavenly Tao. However, his understanding of the way of cause and effect was still weak, lacking the power to deduce its mysteries. As he couldn't figure it out, he attributed the penalization to the Immortal Dynasty, deciding not to dwell on it, and continued his path enlightenment. Oppressed by the Immortal Dynasty, he did not panic, knowing that as long as his martial master was there, the Immortal Dynasty would dare not act rashly. He was also astonished when he heard that his martial master had slain Autumn Equinox Immortal Lord, having met the man whose formidable aura had made a substantial impression. It was unimaginable to Hao that such a powerful being would be powerless before his martial master. He found that no matter how powerful an entity he encountered, how profound a force his heritage was, those seemingly invincible and unconquerable beings were like nothing before his martial master. He could not fathom just how strong his martial master truly was. He even looked forward to how the encounter would unfold if Xianxia Emperor, the current publicly acknowledged #1 under the heavens, were to face his martial master. He believed his martial master could also be the first under the heavens. Thinking of his martial master's strength and how cast aside his distractions, feeling a surge of fervor. He wanted to catch up to his martial master as soon as possible. As the days went by, New Year's Day arrived in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Mystic Valley began preparing for the festival, and Xianxia was chopping wood in the forest, his hair tied high at the back of his head, revealing his stern features. A female disciple approached holding a teapot, looking in Xianxia hesitantly. "Senior brother, are you tired? Would you like some spiritual tea?" She observed in Xianxia, her expression turning timidly coy. And Xianxia turned his head with a smile. Like ice melting away, he said with a laugh, "As a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, how could I be tired? However, I cannot refuse Junior Sister's kindness. Just leave it there, and I will bring the teapot back for you." The female disciple was about to say something when the bushes rustled, and a white deer darted past them. A male disciple chased after it, not daring to glance at Xianxia and the female disciple, fearful of interrupting them. And Xianxia looked up and couldn't help but smile. Somewhat vexed, but not wanting to bother her senior brother further, the female disciple resignedly placed the teapot down and left. Inside Mystic Valley, Guten stood shoulder to shoulder with Xianxia, admiring the landscape of the medicine garden. "Now that we're here, tell me, why did you want to come and see this place?" Guten turned his head towards Xianxia and asked. Xianxia's gaze wandered. As if searching for someone, she murmured, "No, this isn't right." "What's not right?" Guten asked, puzzled. Ever since he had met her that day, he felt something was off about her, as though she was always in a daze. Recently, the presence of reincarnation around Xianxia had been growing stronger, a sensation Guten had only ever felt around Ji Xiaoyu, which meant that Ji Xiaoyu was awakening memories of her past life. Xianxia did not answer Guten, but instead she began to walk away, in the direction of the woods wherein Xianxia was. Guten followed her, curious about what Xianxia was searching for. Could it have something to do with Xianxia? Guten was perplexed, sensing that something strange was happening. When Xianxia reached the forest, she coincidentally passed by the female disciple, who instinctively looked towards Xianxia. Attracted by her extraordinary aura and veiled face, the disciple was so mesmerized it was as if she had seen an immortal, leaving her in a daze. Only when Guten walked past her did she snap out of it. Though curious about Xianxia's identity, she dared not follow. To the new disciples, Guten's authority in Mystic Valley was paramount. Upon seeing in Xianxia's expression subtly changed, and Xianxia seemed to sense something and involuntarily turned his head. When his eyes met Xianxia's, he frowned, feeling an uncomfortable sensation. Xianxia's pupils twinkled peculiarly, the corners of her mouth rising beneath her veil. "What's wrong?" Guten came up and asked. Seeing him, and Xianxia immediately raised his hand in salute. Ignoring Guten, Xianxia said in a strange tone, "Those who evade the heavenly Tao, variables," and Xianxia's frown deepened, suddenly feeling a chill that made him instinctively fear. Guten stood in front of Xianxia and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He reached out to touch Xianxia's shoulder. Snap! Xianxia suddenly grabbed Guten's wrist. Her gaze turned sinister, and she spoke coldly, "I'm fine, don't touch me." Demon Shore has developed hostility towards you, seeking to annihilate you. Do you wish to use lifespan detection on it? Chapter 398. The Lifespan of the Free Immortal. Demon Shore? Guten had never heard this name before, so he immediately chose to perform a lifespan detection on it. Demon Shore Free Immortal Realm 9 Layers 58, 027, 612/500, 000, 000/1, 000, 000, 000, 500 million years of lifespan, with a maximum lifespan of 1 billion years. Why did this person harbor animosity toward him? Could it be that Xianxia was so bizarre because he was being manipulated by this person? Guan looked at Xianxia standing before him, feigning astonishment. Xianxia slightly tilted his head to look at Guan and asked, "Is there a problem?" Although the voice was Xianxia's, the tone was definitely not. Guan pretended to be tense and replied, "No." Xianxia let go, then took a step to the side, casting a deep glance at Xianxia that made his heart unease. Xianxia smiled and then turned away, and Xianxia took a deep breath, moved to Guan's side, and seemed about to say something, but Guan raised his hand, signaling him to hold his words. Once Xianxia had walked out of the grove, Guan's expression turned ice cold. "Martial Master," and Xianxia cautiously began, the look in Xianxia's eyes just now filling him with dread, as if a natural predator had set its sights on him, even making him feel a major disaster was imminent. "It doesn't matter." Guan uttered 2 words, and upon hearing them, and Xianxia immediately relaxed. The phrase "Martial Master" was enough, and Xianxia knew well that Guan was Sword Venerable Fudao. Thinking back to the shocking Great Mixed Yuan plate from a few years ago, his spirit was immediately uplifted. With a martial master backing him, what was there to fear? His task was to diligently cultivate, striving to surpass and make his martial master proud of him. Guan patted Xianxia on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue. And Xianxia looked at Guan's departing figure and raised a hand to his own shoulder, chuckling softly. The upcoming spring festival remained lively. Although Guan was thinking about Demon Shore, he still acted naturally, actively celebrating with his disciples. Because of the intervention a few years ago by Sword Venerable Fudao, which greatly lessened the chaos in Taitsong continent, the recent spring festivals had been lively, especially for the disciples of the Supreme Sect, who on such days would rid their minds of worries and start harboring hopes for the future. Until late into the night. Third Medicine Valley, in the attic. Guan sat at the desk, eyes closed, his divine thought frenziedly scanning the great heavenly spirit land. Unable to find a cause and effect similar to Xianxia, he extended his divine thought into the universe. Though Demon Shore's cultivation level was inferior to his, being hated by someone was intolerable, especially since the opponent hated his original self. He must die to prevent future troubles. That night, the person with the worst mood within the Supreme Sect was none other than the strongest among them. Until the early hours, Guan finally located Demon Shore. The bastard was actually hiding within the Silent Destruction domain, and he was harboring a large number of evil demons under his command, clearly having some sort of plan. Guan stood up, left the house, and walked downstairs. Just as he was downstairs, Xiaoyu emerged from the house and called out to him. "What's up?" Guan asked with a smile. Xiaoyu approached him, sizing him up. Guan touched his own face and asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" Xiaoyu stared into his eyes and said, "There's a sense of death about you. Had you been marked by something corrupt?" Guan feigned nervousness as he asked, "Really? Don't frighten me." He knew Xiaoyu was not wrong in her feeling. Ever since being targeted by Demon Shore the day before, a causal bond had latched onto him and was growing stronger. Guan had not dispelled the cause and effect on him, instead using it to trace Demon Shore. "Perhaps it's just my imagination," Xiaoyu suggested, seeing his panicked reaction. She was puzzled inside. What on earth had happened to Guan? Although she had regained some of her memories, she was not the original self, able to only sense the cause and effect on Guan, but not fully see through it. "Always scaring me. Later when I go out, they'll be worried the whole way," Guan complained sullenly. "Then don't go out." Puzzled, with your current resources inexhaustible, why do you still take charge of so many medicine valleys? You don't understand, this is life. To be human, one needs to do things to feel grounded. "Humph, you're definitely hiding secrets. Don't you follow me? If I catch you, we are through. This is called privacy rights, understand?" "Who gave you privacy rights?" Granted by the heavens. Do you dare to question it? The two began to bicker again, and after Ji Xiaoyu twisted his arm a few times, Guan finally fled. Ji Xiaoyu watched his retreating figure, her brows furrowed deeply, her heart filled with worry, sensing that Guan was heading for great trouble. Guan headed toward the transmission array platform, along the way seeing Long Qing heading out of the valley. Going out to box again? Guan asked with a smile. Long Qing, who had been practicing with Xianxia for years, had reached a horrifying level of physical strength. His qi blood was so powerful it even surpassed the void-crossing realm. Sadly, his body contained not a trace of spiritual power. Long Qing stopped in his tracks, faced Guan, and nodded slightly. He revealed a proud expression and said, "In half a year, my second martial master will take me out to hunt demons. I will be able to fight to my heart's content." Guan did not admonish him, merely nodding before expressing a few words of concern and letting him go. Watching Long Qing walk away, Guan thought of Xianxia. The number of juniors in Medicine Valley had been increasing. He wondered what the scene would look like in 1,000 years. He smiled and continued towards the transmission array platform. Upon reaching Mystic Valley, he glanced at Lu Jujia and then left alone. He walked through the forest, and gradually, a figure emerged from his body, a split of his divine skills. He allowed his split form to replace his original self, while his true form entered a state difficult for immortals to divine. The split form continued forward leisurely, while the original form leapt out of great heavenly spirit land and descended into the silent destruction domain in an incomprehensible manner to living beings. In the depths of the silent destruction domain, where it was incredibly dark without stars, just swells of dense fog, as if from the primordial chaos, suffocatingly oppressive. In the darkness stood a city, silent and hanging, resembling a giant armored beast. The surface of the buildings had sharp, towering columns, frighteningly ominous. Inside a grand hall within the city, demonic chi swirled like mist. At the center sat a pool over 30 feet in diameter, the surface a bright red. A figure was meditating in the pool. She was a white-haired woman, her body bare, with long hair cascading down her front into the waters. Her back was as white and smooth as jade, perfectly contoured. This was Demon Shore. She sat with her eyes closed, her face stunningly beautiful, except for a trace of wicked aura between her brows. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "How did that boy's cause and effect get severed?" Lifting her right hand, she began to deduce. Just then, a hand landed on her fair shoulder. The touch made her Taoist heart tremble and her face drastically change. "Why are you looking for someone?" A raspy voice entered her ears, chilling her to the bone. How could this be? Demon Shore was terrified to find herself completely immobile, her mana almost frozen. She was a free immortal of 9 layers. How could she be so utterly suppressed? Could it be that the other party? Thinking of the legends, she resisted her fear and asked through gritted teeth, "Who? Who are you?" If you can see great heavenly spirit land with her eyes, could you also hear certain things with her ears? Guan stood behind Demon Shore, leaning slightly forward. Enshrouded with a gray aura, his true appearance concealed, he looked mysteriously formidable. Hearing his words, Demon Shore carefully recalled. She quickly thought of Xianxia, who often mentioned a person. Sword Venerable Fudao. Her impression of this person was very deep, deeming him a possible free immortal. But she had not calculated against Sword Venerable Fudao. Though free immortals differed, she was one who had stepped into reincarnation tribulation, even if not yet successfully, but at least she was trying. Sword Venerable Fudao. The longer Guan's hand pressed down, the more frantic she became. In her perception, Gu An's Dao level was unfathomable, and compared to his, her way of cause and effect was insignificant. Guan could feel her fear. He deliberately gave her time to experience panic, fear, and regret. After all, Guan had been worried about her hostility all night. Killing her directly would be too lenient. He gazed down at Demon Shore, taking in her entire form. Nice skin. Too bad she provoked him. Die. Guan's gaze intensified as he furiously infused his divine thought into her body, impacting her soul, probing her memory. Demon Shore's body trembled, quickly settling into calmness. The grand hall fell silent. Even the swirling demonic chi halted. After a long while, Guan withdrew his divine thought, exerting a slight force with his right hand. Demon Shore instantly turned into ash, a shockwave spreading that caused countless tiny stars to appear in the demonic mist. Those were the shattered remnants of Demon Shore's Tao. Guan pondered over Demon Shore's memories, filled with emotion. So the reincarnation tribulation held such mysteries. Demon Shore was not only reborn herself, but also could choose a mortal for rebirth. Shenzhen was her choice, and she chose him after he had grown up. The reason for choosing Shenzhen was his innate talent for the way of cause and effect and the uncertainties surrounding him. Demon Shore couldn't see why the uncertainties around Shenzhen originated, initially not even considering Sword Venerable Fudao. Until years ago, during the Supreme Chaos Disc, she confirmed that Sword Venerable Fudao was the uncertainty surrounding Shenzhen. She was surprised but not shocked, until Xianxia appeared. Using Shenzhen's body, she sensed its cause and effect and was instantly moved. She even wanted to usurp Xianxia's body. Thinking of the seductive she-demon becoming a man, Guan felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, in Demon Shore's memories, she was always a woman. Otherwise, he would feel awkward seeing Shenzhen in the future. You have successfully seized 61,098,203 years of lifespan from Demon Shore, free immortal realm, 9 layers. A prompt appeared before Guan, seizing over 60 million years of lifespan in one go. Not bad. Worthy of a free immortal. Would killing Taoist hidden immortals in the future bring in hundreds of millions of years of lifespan? Guan looked forward with anticipation, but for now, he did not want to confront Taoist hidden immortals. He would rather accumulate lifespan through medicinal herbs. It was safer to grow stronger unnoticed and avoid much hatred. Chapter 399 Supreme Demon Realm. The memories from Demon Shore were vast, and the greatest help to Guan was in her understanding of reincarnation tribulation. Reincarnation tribulation indeed allows one to be reborn into different times and spaces, even into the past, but whether it's the past or the future, the main Bodhi's power cannot intervene. When the reincarnated being dies or exerts the power of the main body, it will be forcibly expelled back by the heavenly Tao. This reminded Guan of the time when Xiaoyu in the 7-star spirit realm had used the power of a primordial Taoist talisman and then quickly disappeared. It seemed she was expelled by the reincarnation tribulation. This deepened Guan's understanding of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao more closely resembles a collection of rules and the grand Tao, meticulous and domineering. Guan stopped pondering and turned her gaze toward the interior of the great hall. The hall was vast, yet there were many stark differences hidden within. Those huge stone pillars were also inlaid with numerous special spirit stones. This city was none other than Demon City. According to the memories of Demon Shore, there were many such cities in the silent destruction domain. Although there was no stronger existence above Demon Shore, all the demon cities were remnants of power left by the Supreme Demon Realm. The Supreme Demon Realm had once been extremely powerful, aiming to devour the great heaven and earth, but was later struck down by a mysterious entity that slayed the Realm Master, causing it to shatter. At that time, Demon Shore was not yet fully grown. 1,000,000 demons hid within the demon city. Although these demons seemed no different from the heavenly demons to the creatures of the great heaven and earth, there were also many powers standing within the silent destruction domain, and they did not trespass into the territories of the Blood Prison Great Saint. Guan decided to eradicate the root of the problem and eliminate all these demons. Whenever creatures from the great heaven and earth passed near the demon city, they never met a good fate. Demon Shore even dared to attack passing free immortals, though the free immortals had their own means to escape. The attacked free immortal was actually the ancient immortal emperor from the Immortal Dynasty. Approaching noon, Guin returned to the Third Medicine Valley. He called up his attribute panel. Name, Guin, lifespan, 650/1, 954, 210, 604. Physique, mixed yuan refined void body. Cultivation level, perfect Taoist hidden immortal realm. By slaying the million evil demons in the Demon City, he gained nearly 500 million years of lifespan, making this trip an enormous harvest. Looking at his lifespan approaching 2 billion years, Guin felt wonderfully good. Of course, the most important thing was that he had removed a source of worry. As Guin encountered disciples along the way, he would smile and ask them a few questions, leaving the disciples surprised and honored. Now the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley exceeded 3,000, and many, even those who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm, were willing to stay. As the Supreme Sect grew stronger, the treatment in the Third Medicine Valley also continued to rise, even higher than that of many intersect halls. The disciples all respected Guin, not for his status or cultivation level, but because he treated each disciple without pretense. Even when they heard Gu and enjoyed reading common books, they found him all the more approachable since Guin did not coerce the female disciples, and he was well regarded. When Guin arrived at his pavilion, Xianxia suddenly came out, her expression strange. "What's wrong now?" Guin asked in feigned dejection. Xianxia replied, "The death energy around you has disappeared. Who did you go see this morning?" Guin looked around, then took 2 steps forward and mysteriously said, "You scared me, so I had to ask Sword Venerable Fudao for help. He cast a spell to keep me safe at the cost of 300 years of my lifespan." Xianxia believed the first part of his statement, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the last sentence. Mortals will be mortals. With Sword Venerable Fudao's cultivation, how could he covet your 300 years of lifespan? Such a narrow view, it's laughable even when you boast. Xiaoyu's words were venomous, unaware that this was exactly the effect Guin wanted. "You look down on me? In 30 years the East River may flow west. Do not belittle the poor. Change 30 to thousands. Get inside, I need to sort you out." Guin pushed Xiaoyu into the house, and she did not resist, her face even breaking into a smile. An hour later, Guin came out of her house. Passing by, an Xian winked and teased Guin, causing him to glare at her. Blood Prison Great Saint watched from under a distant tree, sighing sentimentally. The master indeed leads a charming life. Once 1,000 years pass, I too must enjoy the local customs of the great heavenly spirit land. The spring breeze was caressing, the weather cool, and all living things were awakening their vitality. Even the clouds that shrouded the continent's sky had dissipated some. The Supreme Sect, basking in the prestige of Sword Venerable Fudao, continued to develop, but the struggles of the world grew more intense. Every moment, cultivators from the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court were fighting, with more and more territories and powers being drawn into the fray. Half a year sped by swiftly. Guin stood by the window, watching Longqing follow Xianxia out of the valley. Apart from his previous experiences in the Jiyuan world, this was Longqing's first time leaving the Supreme Sect. Although he was just practicing on the Taicang continent, the sight of the young man's excitement gave Gu a distinct feeling. Feeling reluctant to let him go, Xiaoyu's teasing voice came from downstairs. Guin replied, "How could that be? It just reminded me of some old friends. Do you wish for the people by your side to accompany you forever?" "No, not really. If they leave, they leave. There will always be newcomers. I just feel nostalgic about how quickly they grow up. They become capable of standing on their own in the blink of an eye." "HM? What do you mean by newcomers? When I'm gone, there will be new ones." "What are you talking about? You haven't even outlasted the old ones yet." Boom! The attic began to tremble slightly. Outside the courtyard, the Blood Prison Great Saint, who was lying down asleep, turned his head. Such noise couldn't affect him. He was already used to it. An hour later, Gu En, accompanied by an Xian and the Blood Prison Great Saint, left the Third Medicine Valley. Today, they were heading to Xianxia Valley. On the way, an Xian spoke of the rising talents on the continent. From time to time, a peerless genius would emerge, and individuals like an Hao, Liya, and Wuju had already been forgotten by many, just as Guan had once been unaware of Xiantiani. Guan rode on the back of the Blood Prison Great Saint, holding a book in his hand, occasionally echoing an accent. He also paid attention to the recent happenings in the world. Compared to the world hundreds of years ago, the standard for genius had risen. The cultivators and Xian, referred to as geniuses, had cultivation levels at the very least within the Void Crossing realm. Hundreds of years ago, those of the Void Crossing realm were considered great cultivators, old monsters. Nowadays, the Nirvana realm was no longer a secret known to just a few. An Xian spoke of the affairs of the world with no longing in her tone, only anticipation. She didn't want to go out. She just wanted to become more formidable than those people, to prove that staying by her master's side was the best choice. They chatted and laughed along the way, making the journey seem less tedious. When they arrived at Xianxia Valley, they saw a group of young and proud cultivators. When Gu En and his companions appeared, they attracted the attention of most. Gu En saw LV Xian among them. It had been quite a while since he had seen LV Xian, because every time LV Beitian met him, he would mention LV Xian, making Gu En occasionally keep track of LV Xian's progress. LV Xian had always been highly talented, and coupled with favorable circumstances, he now possessed the cultivation level of the Mystic Heart realm. He looked from afar at Gu En with a joyous expression on his face. Gu En nodded slightly towards him, then dismounted and walked toward Li Zuando's courtyard. An Xian went with the Blood Prison Great Saint to meet the three monkey demons. Gu En proceeded into the courtyard, walked up to the table, and saluted Li Xiandao with a cupped fist. Following Li Zuando's gesture, he sat down. Li Xiandao appraised Gu En and asked with a smile, "Why do I feel you've changed again?" Gu En replied, "Perhaps I've aged a bit more." As Gu En grew older, his relationship with Li Xiandao became less about seniority and more like that of equals. It wasn't that Gu An's outward cultivation was particularly strong, but both were several centuries old. Their life journeys were continually advancing. For those who lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, people aged 500 to 1,000 years were considered peers, and this concept subtly influenced them as well. The two exchanged pleasantries, having not seen each other for many years. LV Xian was a supreme talent, and so was Li Xiandao, whose cultivation had reached the Mahayana realm. His Mahayana realm cultivation had outstripped LV Beitian, who used to have a higher cultivation level than Li Xiandao, but had failed his tribulation crossing and remained at the 9th layer of the unification realm. Seeing Li Zuando's growth rate, Gu En felt gratified. After all, they were comrades in the Tao, and how could he not be delighted to see his Taoist friend's progress? How many of his old companions would still be alive in 10,000 years? Gu En was not sure, but he felt that Li Xiandao had a strong chance. Ancient emperors of tens of thousands of years were not unheard of. Just look at the Xianxian emperor of the Immortal Dynasty, or Xiantian of the Holy Court, all of whom ruled for more than 1,000,000 years. After chatting for a while, Li Xiandao suddenly sighed. How many years will it take for the Taizong dynasty to become an existence like the Immortal Dynasty? The current chaos in the world is the best opportunity, but it's a pity we are not strong enough and might miss such a chance. The dynamic of the world changed day by day, but a dynasty's accumulation could not speed up as quickly, which made Li Xiandao anxious. If they missed this chance and a new ruler emerged, the Taizong dynasty would never have its day, at best dominating only a single region. Gu En hadn't expected that Li Xiandao would actually harbor ambitions to replace Yangxian Emperor in Xingtian. That was quite daring. Given Li Zuando's position of power, he surely understood the strength of the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. For others, faced with such a gap, they would only feel envious or awed. As for replacing them, How could one even think of that? What if this chaos lasts for many years? This is a chaos that affects the entire world. Compared to the world at large, isn't the Taitsong continent minuscule? Guan consoled. Li Xiandao looked at Guan and suddenly asked if there were a very powerful force that could aid me, but accepting their help could be a hidden danger in the future. What would you choose if you were the emperor? A very powerful force? Guan silently reasoned, instantly realizing that the force Li Xiandao mentioned was a great sect, one of the leading sects in the mortal world. They chose the Taitsong dynasty with the aim of establishing a relationship with Sword Venerable Fudao. If they could control the Taitsong dynasty, they would have better grounds and opportunities to contact Sword Venerable Fudao. In their eyes, Sword Venerable Fudao had the qualifications to contend against the Xianxia emperor. This was an indispensable force for them, aspiring to surpass both the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court. Without free immortals, how could one dream of unifying the world? After Guan had calculated the variables, he responded, "It all depends on what you truly want, whether you wish for peace for the people of the world or if you desire to realize your own ambitions more." Chapter 400 Immortal Legacy, All Living Beings. Aspirations. Li Xiandao fell into deep thought, and Guan did not offer his own opinion, since both choices had pros and cons for the common folk. To remain content with the status quo would invite future crises. To be discontent would make life harder for the current and future generations. Guan's protection of the continent's beings already showed his benevolence, but he would not worry about the daily lives of all living beings every day. In any case, when asked about worldly affairs, Guan's role was simply to provide options. The ultimate decision was up to Li Xiandao, with whom the consequences lay. Li Xiandao was lost in contemplation, and Guan did not disturb him. His gaze drifted outside the courtyard. LV Xian, who was instructing someone in their cultivation, glanced towards Guan from time to time. When their eyes met, Guan could tell he was excited. Guan was suspicious, but he was not in a hurry. He would discuss it with Li Xiandao later. Usually, he did not need to spend much time on cultivation, so his pace of life was slow. He was not in a rush about most things. He could handle them one by one. Li Xiandao was not forever lost in his own world. He came back to reality and started chatting with Guan about Liya. Liya was the link between the two, and speaking of him prompted more conversation. After an hour, Li Xiandao suddenly said, "LV Xian has been talking about you nonstop. He specifically came back from overseas to see you, but insisted I come along. He wants to meet you, but also fears you. What's that about?" Guan pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why does he want to meet me? And why would he fear me? That shouldn't be. Have I treated him poorly?" While speaking, he looked curiously at LV Xian, who immediately smiled back at him. Li Xiandao stared at Guan meaningfully and said, "Guan, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to hide things from each other." Guan's expression alternated between clouds and sunshine. He took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, there are indeed hidden relationships behind me. If I reveal them, I will be punished, and those who know will die." After saying this, he patted his shoulder. Li Xiandao immediately squinted his eyes and chuckled. "Then let's not talk about it anymore." Inside, however, his mind was in turmoil. This boy. Upon reflecting, Li Xiandao had an epiphany. After Guan joined the Supreme Sect, Sword Venerable Fudao appeared, primarily active around areas close to Guan. He recalled Li Ya's sudden surge in strength over the years, which he could never explain. Now it all made sense. It seemed Guan had arranged for Sword Venerable Fudao to look after Liya. Li Zuando's gaze towards Guan heated up, making Guan quite uncomfortable. Without guessing, Guan knew what Li Xiandao might be planning. He did not clarify. If Li Xiandao wanted to act under the name of Sword Venerable Fudao, he did not mind giving Li a pat on the shoulder. It depended on whether Li Xiandao knew his limits. "You go meet LV Xian. I don't have other matters here," Li Xiandao said, waving his hand with a smile. Guan stood up, bowed to him, and then walked towards the courtyard gate. Seeing him leave, LV Xian immediately greeted him and pulled Gu in towards a corner of Xianxia Valley. "What's so secretive?" asked Gu, and LVCN whispered. "I have something great, and it won't disappoint you." "Something great." Gu An's interest was piqued, and he followed LVCN away. LVCN led Guin into a cave, his personal cave. He had crafted it here in Xianxia Valley for fear of being seen by others, setting up very advanced restrictions. After entering the cave, LVCN activated the restrictions, isolating it completely. Guin, feeling irritated, asked, "All this secrecy? Do we even have to hide it from His Majesty?" "Of course we do. If he knew, he'd go mad," LVCN replied, his face displaying excitement. He then pulled Guin into the deepest chamber of the cave, walked up to a stone table, and took out an irregularly shaped stone slab that seemed like a large fragment. At first glance, it appeared plain with no inscriptions or runes. As he set down the slab, Guin suddenly understood something significant. His expression turned peculiar. The stone slab actually contained heavenly Tao destiny. Moreover, it was purer and more unsettling than the heavenly Tao inheritance obtained by an Hao from the Heaven sect. Its destiny emitted an indescribable oppressive force. Even Gu and the Taoist hidden immortal felt an instinctive wariness and a glimmer of desire. He wanted to possess this heavenly Tao destiny. Yet, as this desire emerged, his wariness grew. Something was off. Guin looked at LVCN and asked, "What is this?" He couldn't discern the cause and effect of this stone slab. This indicated that the origin of the slab was even stronger than the Taoist hidden immortal himself. At this realization, Guin almost wished LVCN would take this item away and keep it far from him. What kind of thing was this? Trying to harm him? LVCN, with an excited smile, said, "This is an inheritance I stumbled upon. You might not believe it, but this contains the legacy of a true immortal, a real godlike immortal, not something any immortal dynasty or holy court could compare to." Immortal legacy? Guin frowned. Neither Lu Han nor Long Zhan had encountered a real immortal through the ages, although they'd met many who claimed to belong to the immortal or divine race. This had led Gu to always believe that the so-called immortals were merely more powerful beings. LVCN continued, "The inheritance here only cares about talent, not cultivation level. I failed, but I think you should give it a try." "Why should it be me? There are so many geniuses," Guin hesitated to ask. LVCN glared at him and said impatiently, "There are many geniuses, but the only one I have a good relationship with is you. I wouldn't give it to an Hao. You have supreme talent, yet you can restrain your competitive spirit and live in seclusion here. I think you becoming an immortal would be better. At least you wouldn't threaten me, and you are indeed very good to your friends." Although Guin was curious, he felt that this matter was very dangerous. So he said, "Actually, His Majesty's talent is also very strong." After hearing this, LVCN's eyes brightened as he said, "You noticed it too? I thought I was the only one who knew." But don't tell him I know." "Ah, don't worry. He still thinks he's hidden himself well enough, not realizing that you are the deepest enigma. Think about it. It makes sense that Sword Venerable Fudao has always stayed at Supreme Sect, certainly to cultivate you. And Hao claims to be a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao, but he left and Sword Venerable Fudao is still here. That must mean he's just riding on your coattails." LVCN chuckled, truly believing that Guin was stronger than an Hao. He had sparred with both of them, and Guin had given him the greatest sense of oppression and psychological shadow. He even believed that Guin was the #1 genius under the heavens. Hearing this, Guin fell into silence, his gaze fixed on a stone slab. Wait, should he use his lifespan to simulate this? Guin thought it feasible, as touching the stone slab directly seemed too dangerous. His mind made up, he immediately began to simulate. Simulating the inheritance will consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? That much. Guin hesitated, but looking at the stone slab, he was really tempted. Forget it. Take the plunge. While LVCN continued his incessant chatter, Guin chose to continue, and then his consciousness entered a vast white space. Everything was blank, and below his feet, grass first emerged, rapidly expanding, and mountains appeared in the distance in all directions. The world was vast, and the sky magnificent. Guin looked ahead and saw atop the mountains a dazzling orb of light, immensely gigantic, much larger than any mountain on earth. Within the light orb, there stood a towering figure, 10,000 zhang in height, adorned in armor, wielding a divine weapon, exuding a domineering aura that overwhelmed all living beings. Upon seeing this figure, Guin felt threatened, and he couldn't help but think of Black Profound Emperor, whom Lu Han encountered, and Annihilation God Emperor, whom Long Zhan encountered. Their auras were similar. What realms were they actually in? Mortal spirit, having seen the heavenly Tao, why not kneel? A majestic voice rang out, but Guin did not kneel since it was just a simulation, and he asked, "What inheritance is this?" "This is the heavenly Tao immortal position inheritance. To gain my approval, you must defeat me." Defeat. Guin was surprised internally. Facing this entity, Xian surely had no chance at all, let alone even the desire to fight. Wait, Xian said that the inheritance only looked at talent. Could it be that facing different inheritors, this entity's cultivation level might also change? Xian failed against an existence a great realm higher than his own. He was now facing an existence a realm higher than Taoist, hidden immortal. No wonder it felt dangerous, yet not hopeless. What is heavenly Tao immortal position? Guin pressed on. The other did not respond. Guin asked other questions, but no matter what he asked, there was no response. Forget it. Then fight to see if he had the strength to pass the inheritance test. Inside the cave, Xian gestured to Guin, whose eyes suddenly became clear. "What were you thinking about? I asked you several times, and you didn't respond," Xian said with dissatisfaction. Guin smiled and replied, "Nothing much. I was just wondering whether there really are immortals and gods." He had passed the test. It had to be said that entity was indeed formidable. Guin had to use dozens of moves to completely vanquish it. Yet even after the victory, Guin still hadn't figured out what the heavenly Tao immortal position was. But one thing was certain. The stone slab inheritance could see through his true cultivation level. If there was an immortal god power behind it, that power could also understand his true strength through this stone slab. The last thing Guin wanted was for his true cultivation level to be seen through. "Forget it. I can't accept it. But don't worry. I won't tell anyone." Guin shook his head. Xian's eyes widened as he said, "This is an immortal god inheritance. If you succeed, you will soar to great heights." Guin replied, "I only trust the mana that I have cultivated myself, not that given by others. If so, I would certainly be controlled by others at the risk of my life and freedom." Hearing this, Xian furrowed his brows. He had to admit, Guin made a good point. With that statement from Guin, the excitement in his heart began to subside. He looked at the stone slab on the table and said in a low voice, "Well said, perhaps failing the inheritance was a blessing in disguise." Chapter 4:01 Shape-Shifting. You can keep it and accept the inheritance when you are strong enough. Guin stared at Xian, speaking earnestly, fearing that Xian would forsake his greatest opportunity. At the moment, the heavenly Tao immortal position proved stronger than the Holy Court, the Immortal Dynasty, and even the Silent Destruction Domain. As a mortal, if Xian missed it, finding a stronger chance in the future would be almost impossible. Xian couldn't rely on stealing lifespan to become stronger like him. Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "What do you mean? You think I can't rely on myself?" "You can't, at least not beyond this inheritance." "Bullshit." Xian erupted in fury, his terrifying aura exploding like a volcano, startling the entire Tianya Valley. Suddenly, Guin raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, instantly dispersing his aura. Xian's eyes widened. He knew Guin was definitely stronger than himself, but to be suppressed so easily, rendered unable to move. In that moment, he recalled a duel between them hundreds of years ago. This moment was exactly like that one. Guan looked at him calmly and asked, "Can you keep this stone tablet now?" LV Xian couldn't answer. He was unable to speak. "Just blink if you agree." Hearing Gu An's words, LV Xian blinked frantically. Guan withdrew his hand, and LV Xian breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. He looked at Guan with fear. He had learned from Li Xiandao that Guan was younger than him. Yet how had he cultivated to such a level? Compared to Guan, he was practically useless. Guan smiled and said, "Quickly put it away. When you become an immortal, if I can't catch up to you or have troubles, you'll be my backup." Upon hearing this, pride replaced the awkwardness on LV Xian's face. He patted his chest and said, "Naturally, am not your equal now, but I will surpass you one day, and then I'll have your back." Despite Guan not always being nice to him and often scaring him, wasn't that a form of care? In the past, when he initiated provocations towards Guan didn't mind, but if someone else treated him that way, he wouldn't be so merciful. And for Guan to return such an important inheritance to him, he was truly a man worth respecting. LV Xian stored the stone tablet, and Guan put his arm around his shoulder as they walked toward the cave entrance. "By the way, your father misses you. When are you going to visit him?" That old, undying man. If I visit him, I won't be able to help but kill him." "Nonsense. Blood is thicker than water. He hasn't tortured or mistreated you. Why talk of killing? If you really wanted to kill him, could he even stand up to you? He's hundreds of years old. Why act like a child?" "You don't understand." "Of course, I don't understand. I have no parents." "Well, I envy you for that." "Hey, you brat, are you looking for a spanking? Just go back to the Supreme Sect and see your father. He treats me well and is always talking about you. My ears are almost calloused. If you go, they'll teach you a divine skill that will definitely enhance your strength." "Really, Gu would never lie." And so, the two chatted and walked out of the cave. Back in the valley, Guan reverted to being an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator, while LV Xian continued to exude the arrogance of a supreme youth. A month later, LV Batian came to find Guan extremely happy, pulling him to drink because LV Xian had come see him. Although the father and son were still not on the best of terms, their relationship had begun to improve. He was touched to learn from LV Xian that it was Guan who had asked LV Xian to see him. This youngster always seemed impatient with his ramblings, but in his heart, he remembered his father's love. LV Batian looked at Guan with eyes full of fondness, as if looking at another son. Guan didn't refuse, as he was just in the mood for a drink. Perhaps this was what meant by "with great power comes great responsibility." He not only had to save the world, he also had to help people handle domestic affairs. How fortunate the immortal cultivation world was to have me. Filled with self-emotion, Guan then competed with LV Batian in a drinking contest, and finally LV Batian was defeated. They were drinking high-level spiritual wine. It was all right for Guan to show off his strength a bit, especially since LV Batian was not considered strong in the Supreme Sect. Taking advantage of LV Batian's drunken stupor, Guan went downstairs. Just as he descended, Ji Xiaoyu walked out of the room and said to him, "Come in." Guan shook his head. "No thanks, your strength isn't enough. Practice some more." Last time, to teach Ji Xiaoyu a lesson, Guan had played Go with her in her room for an hour and beat her decisively, which left her quite unconvinced, and now she would think about game strategies even during her practice. "Just one more game, and you'll see if it's enough." Guan couldn't be bothered with her and continued walking toward the distance. Ji Xiaoyu watched his back, took a deep breath, and thought about the cost of losing the game last time. It made her teeth itch with frustration. Before the game, they had made a deal that if she won, Guan would focus more on his own practice, and if Guan won, he would pinch her face. Well, pinch it as it may be, he really dared to do it strongly. She looked at Guan's back, her mind full of confusion. Why in the world was his ghost skill so strong? She finally understood why Nine-Finger Divine, Lord, couldn't maintain his composure in the Immortal Path realm when facing Guin. After walking some distance, Guin leaped up, aiming for the outer gate city. It had been ages since he last strolled in the city. Today, he might as well reinforce the sword intent on the heavenly repair platform. Too many people have been comprehending his sword intent, causing it to continuously weaken. Recently, even a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma had come to study it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another decade passed. That day, in the deep sea, hidden spirit palace, Guin lay on a chair on the open ground, holding the supreme secret records. The deep-sea dragon carp was beside him, practicing the heaven and earth primordial skill. This skill had been upgraded, but being too complex was in fact not beneficial, and his disciples were all practicing it. How could he allow the deep-sea dragon carp's treatment to exceed theirs? Even among his underlings, Xianxia was the most important. The deep-sea dragon carp opened its eyes, flew next to Guin, and asked cautiously, "Master, I think I can shapeshift. What do you think I should turn into?" Guin turned over, his back facing it, and said, "Whatever you want." He didn't care if a male demon wanted to shapeshift. It didn't matter, even if it didn't. The deep-sea dragon carp caught a glimpse of a picture on the supreme secret records, pondered for a while, then turned and left. 2 ancient hours later, Guin left. By the time he returned, it was already half a month later. Upon return, he was taken aback. He saw a figure at the entrance of the hidden spirit palace. For a moment, he thought he saw a naked creature from the demon shore. But this fellow was not a female demon. When the deep-sea dragon carp turned to look at Guin, its stunningly beautiful face flashed a captivating smile, its long hair reaching its waist, and its skin as white as snow, shimmeringly. He swayed his body as he walked towards Guin and immediately threw a robe at him. "Put this on immediately." Guin really wanted to scold him. A male demon turning into a female form. What was this nonsense? Absolutely disgusting. The deep-sea dragon carp, hearing the dissatisfaction in his voice, hurriedly put on the robe, looking at Guin nervously like he had done something wrong, his exceptionally beautiful face filled with a look of grievance. Chapter 4:02 Future. After a bit of tossing and turning, Guin looked at the deep-sea dragon carp, robed in white, and still felt awkward about it. The deep-sea dragon carp had tied up its hair, giving off the impression of a woman disguised as a man, because since it had shape-shifted, it could not change its appearance again. It could only be like this. The more Guin looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. Wait, wasn't this the same woman that Guin had encountered in the Supreme Secret Records? Guin spoke up, "From now on, don't dress as a woman anymore. There's no need to please me that way. I don't like it." The deep-sea dragon carp quickly nodded, although internally, he was puzzled. If Guin did not like it, why did he read such books? Seeing how wrong the creature looked, Guin began to instruct him on the practice of spells. Hearing that there were spells to practice, the deep-sea dragon carp immediately perked up, sweeping away his feelings of aggrievement and simultaneously gaining some insight. Although the shape-shifting of the deep-sea dragon carp was absurd, it didn't affect Guin's life. He already had 3 female demons, and no matter what form the deep-sea dragon carp took, it couldn't pique his interest. After spending half a day in the hidden spirit palace, Guin then went to the heavenly Phoenix Mountain, where he could harvest a batch of high-rank medicinal herbs from the outer world cave, which should grant him tens of millions of years to his lifespan. There was no distinction between day and night in the outer world cave. After harvesting the herbs, Guin began to instruct the 3 female Xianxia on their cultivation. Years had passed, and Xianxia's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the mystic heart realm, and she was soon to assault the Mahayana realm. Her talent was exceptional, and with the abundance of high-rank medicinal herbs shared by Guin, her progress in cultivation naturally soared. Tianqing and Tianbai were less gifted than her and had just broken through to the unification realm. Their pace of cultivation was already fast, at least faster than that of demons, whose cultivation was not as quick as that of cultivators of human race. The demons' advantage lay in their long lifespans, But under Gu An's care, the three demons' cultivation speed was comparable to that of top human prodigies. After sparring for an ancient hour, the three demons were depleted of their demonic power. Their demonic power was considered abundant within their respective realms, but facing Guan, they had to go all out. Watching them exhausted, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, Guan hovered midair, pointing out their weaknesses. After a while, the three demons gathered around him, inquiring about the outside world. They still vividly remembered the recent attack by the Immortal Lord during the Mid-Autumn Festival, his booming voice and imposing pressure. They were curious about the types of changes unfolding in the outside world. The Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court are fighting fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that an immortal spirit effortlessly moved an entire sea area with one hand, with billions of creatures at his mercy. He fought against the great cultivator of the Holy Court with the ocean in his grasp. It was earth-shattering. Guan casually picked an event to recount, listening intently as the three demons did. What he spoke of were actual events. As time passed, casualties of the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court escalated, deepening the hate between them. If this continued, a battle that would sweep across the great heaven and earth was inevitable. Guan had calculated somewhat, fearing that the fight might cause heaven and earth to split apart. But with so many variables, he couldn't clearly discern all the choices of the free immortal or predict what was within the reincarnation tribulation of Xianxia. For the time being, it was impossible to see who would win or lose. Guan wasn't too worried, though, as Taizong Continent, where he resided, hadn't suffered much from the disturbances. For him, that was enough. As they listened to the tales of the world's vicissitudes, Tian Yaoer's heart yearned, but she did not propose to venture out. Her strength was still insufficient. It was mere curiosity. Seeing their interest, Guan spoke of a few more events. If it could strengthen their will to pursue immortal cultivation, Guan was naturally pleased. Snowflakes fell, marking the end of the year. The end of Lu Jujia's destined life had come. Guan and Lu Jujia sat at the edge of a cliff, overlooking Mystic Valley. Big brother, 600 years ago, did you ever think that Mystic Valley could ever achieve such prosperity? Lu Jujia asked with a chuckle, while stroking his beard, eyes filled with many distant images that transitioned from hazy to clear. From here, one could see disciples in the forests outside Mystic Valley, cultivated demon beasts, various brightly colored groves, all within a dozen miles of Mystic Valley's domain, thriving and booming. Guan replied, "Actually, I feel there isn't much difference between now and the past because some people are still here. Precisely, you're still here." The original acquaintances of Mystic Valley had dwindled to Lu Jujia alone. Once he passed on, Mystic Valley would become a closed chapter to Guan, or at least not as significant in his heart. Lu Jujia turned to look at Guan, feeling that his big brother's profile was still so youthful, as if time had left no trace on him. "Big brother, do you remember Suhan?" Lu Jujia suddenly asked. Guan glanced at him, replying, "How could I forget? Until now, no other disciple has taken a more crooked path than him." Mentioning Suhan stirred even more emotions in Guan. As the brothers talked about Suhan, Guan began to recognize the Suhan described by Lu Jujia. The snow grew heavier, and fog rose around Mystic Valley, gradually swallowing the sight of mortals. Lu Jujia's head sank lower, and his voice weakened. Xianxia stood in front of the wooden railing in the precinct, his gaze fixed on Lu Jujia atop the cliff, eyes brimming with reluctance. Last night, Lu Jujia had already talked with him. He knew that today Lu Jujia was going to depart. Though they called each other martial brothers in Medicine Valley, in Xianxia's heart, Lu Jujia was like his second father. The pain in Xianxia's heart was overwhelming as his hands clenched the wooden railing tightly. And Xingtian emerged from the forest and was about to greet Xianxia when he caught the expression on Jiang's face. So Xingtian followed his gaze. Seeing the figures of Lu Jujia and Guan, and Xianxia fell silent. He was quite fond of Lu Jujia as well. who had taken good care of him over the years. The thought of Lu Jujia's impending death weighed heavily on him. He even thought of his own father and grandfather. A somber and oppressive atmosphere permeated Mystic Valley. All the disciples guessed what was happening. They dared not speak of it, choosing instead to bury themselves in their own tasks. As dusk approached, Guan carried Lu Jujia down the mountain on his back, with the disciples gathering around in silence, watching Guan. Then, Guan began to bury Lu Jujia as all the disciples in the valley stood vigil. After the tombstone was erected, the disciples together bowed in homage to Lu Jujia. Under the veil of night, the accumulated snow on Gu An's attic suddenly slid off, crushing a wild herb by the staircase. 40 years later, the beginning of summer. In the outer gate city, the 700-year-old Gu An was at an inn, drinking with Wu Ju, who was 702. Wu Ju had just entered the mystic heart realm and was in high spirits, endlessly recounting his breakthrough experience. With the assistance of a supreme sect, he breezed through his advancement. You have no idea how terrifying that heavenly tribulation was. If not for the sect's aid, I would have been reduced to ashes. The sect exhausted countless spirit stones from me, and my own spirit energy elixirs were completely used up. Wu Ju was animated, eliciting occasional gasps of amazement from Guan Mystic Heart Realm. A bit slow. That was even after Wu Ju was cultivated with care, following his exoneration from a miscarriage of justice. Guan felt that Wu Ju was still far behind Li Xiandao, LV Xian, and Li Ye, and none of these three had a lifespan as long as his. After a while, Wu Ju set down his bowl of wine and asked with a smile, "What about you? How'd you been these years? Any troubles?" Guan did not conceal the truth, sharing about the death of Lu Jujia. Since that event, he spent less and less time in Mystic Valley. Yilan and Junxin were out making their own way in the world. For him, Mystic Valley was filled with juniors. Interacting with them, the disciples were inevitably reserved, making him feel it was pointless to stay there. Hearing this, Wu Ju fell silent, thinking how similarly devastated he would be if Guan died. He looked at Guan and said, "Brother Gu, you need to cultivate well. Given your age and cultivation level, nirvana is not beyond hope for you." Guan gave him a look and said irritably, "You talk as if you've already achieved nirvana yourself." Hee, with my talent, is reaching the nirvana realm difficult? What if you get into trouble again? Inside the Supreme Sect, I might be able to figure something out, but outside, who could help you? Guan shook his head, making Wu Ju feel awkward. He couldn't out-talk Guan, so he simply poured more wine. This brat dares to mock me. Today I must get you drunk. Wu Ju thought, so to himself. He then ordered the inn to serve their most expensive spiritual wine. 2 hours later, Guan settled the drunken Wu Ju into a guest room and then descended the stairs himself, mounting the blood prison great saint and continuing his stroll. "Master, what does that wine taste like? Even someone in the mystic heart realm can be knocked out by it?" The blood prison great saint asked curiously. Ever since he started on the path of immortal cultivation in the lower realm, he had never been drunk again, and so he found it quite intriguing. "From overseas, it's spiritual wine. We can order some from the tavern later." Guvan replied offhandedly, his gaze turning to the street ahead. Each year, the outer gate city would see the emergence of many new things. This also meant that the influence of the Supreme Sect was constantly expanding. Since the Sheng family was dealt with, the pace of growth of the Supreme Sect accelerated further, and more powers engaged in trade with them, especially after the sword Venerable Fudao vanquished the immortal Lord Qiushi, driving this trend to its peak. Along the way, Guan greeted people with a smile that never left his face. Suddenly, Guan spotted someone and quickly called out, "Xianxia, what brings you here?" He naturally knew the reason for her visit, but had to pretend otherwise. Xianxia, dressed in a red gown with a light veil covering her face, had just stepped out from a building. Looking at Guan, her eyes curved into 2 smiling crescents. She approached the blood prison great saint and joked, "If I say I came looking for you, would you believe me?" "I don't." Guan shook his head. I don't live here. Seeing that Xianxia's cultivation level had reached the 8th floor of the unification realm, Guan was pleased. With a lifespan of over 5,000 years, she was sure to achieve nirvana. That meant she could accompany him for tens of thousands of years. Although many old acquaintances had passed away, there were still many who were alive, keeping Guan from feeling too lonely. He got down from his mount and walked shoulder to shoulder with Xianxia. Xianxia did not hide the purpose of her visit. Some disciples from the Juhua sect had a conflict with those from the Supreme sect and ended up being captured. She was here to demand their release. But the situation was complicated. The Supreme sect claimed that it was the Ji family who captured the Juhua sect disciples due to a death feud, and they were reluctant to interfere. Guan was unconcerned. It's a trivial matter. When it comes to connections, I still have some clout. The guy who just got drunk was saved by me once. Chapter 403 Heavenly Tao Merit, is that so? Then I'll wait for you to help me. Xianxiang said to Guan, her smile all crinkles. Guan glanced at her and said, Hold on. Your real purpose isn't targeting the Ji family again, is it? With all the people coming and going, aren't you afraid of being overheard by the Ji family? Xianxiang sneered. There were indeed many people on the street, but there were just as many who talked big like Guan, so he was not afraid at all. Within the Supreme sect, who would dare to make things difficult for me? Guan declared with feigned arrogance, then immediately flashed a smile and greeted someone who was approaching. Watching the adaptable Guan, Xianxiang couldn't help but want to laugh. After Guan and his acquaintance had moved on, Xianxiang teased, I've heard that Sect Master LV wants to groom you as the next sect leader. I thought he was joking before, but now it seems you really might have a shot. Guan shook his head and said, Forget about it. He hasn't mentioned this for many years. Since the integration of the overseas cultivators, LV Batian rarely brought up the position of sect leader. It wasn't that he was reluctant to let go, but rather he increasingly found himself not his own master, with the power of the sect leader being diluted. Moreover, appointing Guan as sect leader would only bring trouble to Guan. You're just not diligent in your cultivation, Xianxiang said irritably. Over 600 years ago, she had noticed Gu An's extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, no matter how much she persuaded him, the lad was content to linger in the medicine garden, idly while away his days, fond of reading leisurely books, unwilling to cultivate diligently. What do you know? My approach is also a form of cultivation. You'll understand sooner or later. Qi absorption cultivation is the most foolish method. Should I look forward to that? Don't pretend to forget when the time comes. You seem to understand women quite well. I have no choice. I've gained many of my connections thanks to this face of mine. Naturally, I understand women after interacting with so many of them. I really want to seal you in a coffin for a lifetime. The two chatted and strolled through the streets. Xianxiang's mind quickly wandered elsewhere. Coming for help was true, but it wasn't her main purpose. She had come to find Sword Venerable Fu Dao. As night fell, in the woods outside the Supreme Sect, Xianxiang stood under a tree, frowning, the breeze stirring her robes, not feeling the cold at all. Her heart was in tumult. Centuries ago, when Sword Venerable Fu Dao had endowed her with the authority over the ghost mother of ephemera, she used it to establish the Juhua sect, rising from a helpless, solitary figure to a formidable force in the immortal cultivation world. Without Sword Venerable Fu Dao, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today. How could she not be nervous in front of Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Her greatest concern was not knowing what Sword Venerable Fu Dao really wanted in helping her. Born into a demon sect, she didn't believe in absolute perfection. Despite Sword Venerable Fu Dao's reputation for justice, he must have another side. She had foreseen many possibilities and was devising ways to cope. Crack. The sound of someone stepping on tree leaves came from not far away, startling her to turn and look, only to see a demonic figure emerging from the darkness. The demon shadow, divine skill of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Xianxia immediately bowed to Sword Venerable Fudao. "What's the matter?" Sword Venerable Fudao asked in a hoarse voice. Xianxia remembered that voice. It was the same one that had sounded during the attack by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Taking a deep breath, she immediately stated the reason for her visit. The ghost mother of Ephemera had been captured. Her disciples had been possessed by a spirit thought of the captor all the way back to the Juhua sect. It was only in front of Xianxia did the spirit thought reveal itself, belonging to the spirit Sea's demon palace, wanting to use the ghost mother of Ephemera to force the Juhua sect to serve them. Xianxia had yet to agree when the spirit thought made its demands. Every year, the Juhua sect must deliver 10,000 cultivators under 1,000 years old to the spirit Sea's demon palace. Before Xianxia could react, the spirit thought wounded high-ranking members of the Juhua sect and left arrogantly. Xianxia had no other choice but to seek out Sword Venerable Fudao. The Juhua sect is a sect of the righteous path. How could it commit such atrocities at the behest of overseas demons from the demon path? Xianxia said emphatically. Watching her serious demeanor, Guan wanted to laugh. Such an act. Guan turned away, dropping a sentence before moving into the darkness. "I understand now. They will not trouble you again, and as for the ghost mother of Ephemera, she will return on her own." Hearing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the retreating back of Sword Venerable Fudao and asked through clenched teeth, "Senior, why did you choose me?" With that question, the dark cloud hanging over her finally dispersed. Some things had to be faced. After witnessing Sword Venerable Fudao's divine skills suppress the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, she felt she would never surpass Sword Venerable Fudao in this lifetime, so there was no need to wait. Without turning back, Guan kept walking, and his voice floated back to her. "I helped you because of a request from my disciple. As for his identity, you need not worry. Isn't he the only person you care about in this world?" With those words, Guan vanished into thin air. He knew Xianxia had always been worried about this matter, so he took this opportunity to ease her concerns. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot. After a long while, she burst into laughter, whispering, "You really do have connections at the Supreme Sect." She didn't mind that Guan had deliberately concealed this from her. After all, her life had changed because of him. It was she who was indebted to him. What right did she have to complain? In her heart, she felt more of a pleasant surprise. With the guidance of Sword Venerable Fudao, Guan's future would certainly surpass hers. Thinking back to what Guan had said, that chi absorption cultivation was the dumbest method, might actually be true. Sword Venerable Fudao had imparted to him a more profound method of cultivation. Xianxia lifted her head and gazed at the bright moon peeking through the leaves, finding it as beautiful as her current mood. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the loft in the Third Medicine Valley. His main body switched places with the clone, completely unbeknownst to Ji Xiaoyu below, and even the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor would be unable to see through it. Guan picked up the fate-determining pen on the table. Before Xianxia had arrived, he had already deduced the nature of the demon sect of ghostly bindings, a purely demon path power. Its sect leader was a reincarnation of a heavenly demon with awakened memories, choosing the Taitsong continent to investigate Sword Venerable Fudao, preparing for the heavenly demon's invasion of the great heavenly spirit land. Every single member of the demon sect of ghostly bindings was undoubtedly sinful to the extreme. Killing them was, in essence, ridding the world of a scourge. Guan began to write in the air with the pen, scribing the characters for demon sect of ghostly bindings, then determined their life or death with a longevity true word. Any linked to the demon sect of ghostly bindings' chi fortune would be reduced to ashes. The sect leader of the demon sect of ghostly bindings was a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Below him, the sect's influence was roughly comparable to the Star Sea congregations, although they did not have as many members. When Guan placed the fate-determining pen back on the table, several notifications appeared before him. You have successfully seized 709 years of lifespan from the true man of Calamity, loose immortal realm's 7th floor. You have successfully seized 2,171 years of lifespan from Lin Geshuan, wandering immortal realm's 2nd floor. You have successfully seized 624 years of lifespan from Yang Fu, Nirvana realm 8th floor. Guan looked at these notifications, his face expressionless. The demon sect of ghostly bindings, which had brought despair to Xianxia, was as insignificant as dust on a table in his eyes. However, as more notifications kept coming, Guan felt a special chief fortune approaching him through the depths. He felt a familiar attachment to it, instinctively wanting to accept it, but he restrained himself. This was the heavenly Daos reward for him. Slaying those with heavy sins would grant him this chi fortune. To be precise, it was not exactly chi fortune, as it was both invisible and intangible. Merit. Guan suddenly had an epiphany. The concept of merit was long rumored among the mortal world. It was not without foundation. Indeed, as humans acted, the heavens did watch. Unlike the great cold demon sect, the demon sect of ghostly bindings bore greater sin. While the great cold demon sect could wash away much of its sins with the chief fortune of the Holy Court, the demon sect of ghostly bindings did not rely on the Holy Court, acted recklessly, and had sins rarely seen in this age. The heavenly Tao merit Guan would receive for eradicating the demon sect of ghostly bindings was immense. If he mentally accepted it, it would rush toward him. Guan did not accept the heavenly Tao merit. He decided to keep a distance from the heavenly Tao. Finally, the notifications ceased. In one go, he had obtained 7 billion years of lifespan. Still, earning lifespan through killing was the fastest method. At that moment, Guan even felt the impulse to eradicate all the forces of the demon path in the world, but then he remembered the fate of Long Zhan, and he held back. No matter how he persuaded himself, he was acting out of self-interest. The more people he killed, the greater the impact would be. He could not act rashly. Guan opened his attribute panel and saw that his lifespan had reached over 29 billion years. His Taoist heart calmed down. With more years accumulated, he would be ready for a breakthrough. Although he had no concerns about the passage of time, he knew he must continue to grow stronger lest any insurmountable enemies appeared. The moon set and the sun rose. At noon the next day, Ji Xiaoyu came to find Gu, and the Juhua sect disciples have been released, Ji Xiaoyu said, looking intently at Gu and put down the book in his hands and looked up with a smile. Thank you. What is your relationship with the Juhua sect leader? She asked. Hearing her query, Guan did not conceal the truth and roughly explained the process of his acquaintance with Xianxia. She offered me considerable help in the early stages of my immortal cultivation. Without her guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, Guan said earnestly. What else? Ji Xiaoyu inquired. Guan asked in surprise. What do you mean by what else? What else do you want to know? Ji Xiaoyu was about to speak, but then her expression shifted, and she said, Never mind, I have my destiny in this life, and cannot obtain longevity. The fact that you have so many women who treat you well means that even if I return to my original self, I would have lived a content life this time around. You speak as if you're a different person. You are you, and the soul doesn't change. You have no need to worry, Guan said, trying to comfort her. Ji Xiaoyu shook her head. You don't understand this feeling. With that, she turned and left. Watching her go, Guan couldn't help but think of her previous incarnation as the 3rd Mississippi. He suddenly felt some regret. Perhaps it was from experiences in his youth, but he held complex feelings for the 3rd Miss, gratitude, and perhaps affection as well. Maybe Ji Xiaoyu was right. At least in this life, she seemed like a different person compared to the 3rd Mississippi. In that case, he had yet to see the 3rd Miss for the last time. Perhaps at the end of her life, the 3rd Miss never even thought of him. Guan shook his head and chastised himself for being sentimental. He picked up the green hero travelogue and began to cultivate his mind. It was Xian Tiany's free-spirited literary style that influenced Gu and helping him dispel the meaningless sorrows in his heart multiple times. Those who were gone had passed away. It was important to cherish those who were alive. Life must go on. Such were Gu An's thoughts, as he soon became engrossed in a story of an isolated island. Chapter 404. The Descent of a Deity in Preparing to Leave Now. "Thank you for making a move," said Xianxia to Guan, speaking earnestly outside of Mystic Valley. Not far from them, in the nearby woods, several Juhua sect disciples were resting and healing, awaiting Xianxia. Guan waved his hand. "If you wish to thank someone, thank Ji Xiaoyu." Xianxia knew of Ji Xiaoyu, and she also understood that this Ji Xiaoyu was not the Ji Xiaoyu she knew. She did not dwell on Ji Xiaoyu, but instead, pondering on the words of Sword Venerable Fudao, asked softly, "Why do you help me so much from behind the scenes, and yet always choose to remain patient and silent?" Guan understood what she was referring to. He blinked and said, "What would it change if I said anything? To make you more grateful? That would be so dull. You should just focus on growing the Juhua sect. Life's journey is long. I hope that thousands of years from now, we can still share drinks and converse cheerfully." Upon hearing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "Then you better live for thousands of years." "I'll try my best." After hearing Gu An's words, Xianxia smiled, then turned and left. As Guan watched her leave, he felt none of the sadness one might feel when parting with someone from the past, because he knew he and Xianxia would meet many more times. And to him, the Juhua sect was not far away. Some distances are not measured by steps, but rather by the rolling mortal world pushing the wheel of fate. Even though some people will continue to live, there will come a moment when Guan might feel this parting is a final farewell. After Xianxia and the others flew away on their swords, Guan couldn't help but stretch lazily. "I still have to face the new life ahead. Just 700 years old and already feeling melancholic. What will I do when I'm 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 100,000,000 years old?" Guan thought to himself with a smile on his face. Birth, aging, sickness, and death cannot be stopped, so why cling to them? Cherishing a lifetime of fate is enough. Guan turned and walked back into Mystic Valley, his thoughts turning to Xiaochuan. How has the rascal not reincarnated yet? With others, Guan might only desire a lifetime's fate, but with Xiaochuan, he was much greedier. 5 years later, inside a courtyard of the Juhua sect, Xianxia sat opposite the ghost mother of ephemera. After listening to the ghost mother's words, Xianxia wore a strange expression and asked, "Are you sure it was 5 years ago?" "Yes, it was a very quiet night. No one came looking for me until dawn, so I went out to look around, only to find that all the people from the Demon Disciple Palace were dead, a very peculiar death, with no signs of battle, as if their souls had been extracted. Not a single demon disciple was left alive throughout the whole palace, but we who were imprisoned all survived," the ghost mother of ephemera recalled, her face unable to hide the fear. Xianxia was inwardly shocked. She knew Sword Venerable Fudao was powerful, but the ghost mother's description was still frightening. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia revealed that she had asked for Sword Venerable Fudao's help. Upon hearing this, the ghost mother actually relaxed and revealed an ecstatic expression. "Allying with Sword Venerable Fudao is the best decision I've made in my life." Xianxia looked at her and thought silently, "You will regret it." By seeking Sword Venerable Fudao's help, she considered herself having repaid the help that the ghost mother had provided over the years. However, the ghost mother was hated by Zhenqin. Given the relationship, Zhenqin could be considered a grand disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao. By any measure, the ghost mother would sooner or later face her death. It was also obvious that Sword Venerable Fudao didn't care much for the ghost mother. The destruction of the Demon Disciple Palace is an opportunity for us. I found many good things there, which can help the Juhua sect to soar. The ghost mother of ephemera suddenly said excitedly. Xiangxiang's eyes shone, and the two began to discuss taking over the soul-binding demon palace. In the holy court, on a glittering golden hall, The holy minister sat on his throne, listening to the reports from the ministers in the hall. Behind him, the imperial seat of Xianxia emitted a faint golden glow, as if a figure was sitting upon it. Currently, our control over the world is shrinking, and there have even been consecutive occurrences of sects and dynasties being wiped out within our controlled territory, without any trace of the true culprits, an old man said with a voice full of age. The holy minister spoke. In these extraordinary times, there is no need to expend energy investigating. The Holy Court's goal is the Immortal Dynasty. Once the Immortal Dynasty is destroyed, regaining control over the world will be as easy as flipping one's hand. It's just the right time to let all living beings feel the darkness of the years without the Holy Court's protection. Having held power for too long, those who were born in times of peace do not know the terrors of the dark years. His words received approval from many in the hall, as the Xianxia ancestor had blessed all living beings and even opened up reincarnation, resulting in the Immortal Dynasty having a better reputation. This could be glimpsed from the difference in the growth of their respective chief fortunes. The hearts of all living beings were leaning towards the Immortal Dynasty. A man clad in battle armor stepped forward and said, "The urgent matter at hand is to cultivate a free immortal. Holy Minister, gather the strength of the entire court to boost your cultivation level." As soon as these words were spoken, many echoed in agreement, even beseeching the Holy Minister. The Holy Minister was already at the 9th layer of the divine thought, true immortal realm, just one step away from becoming a free immortal. Why must it be the Holy Minister and not the Holy God? Someone questioned, casting the great hall into silence. The Holy Minister glanced at him, not in anger, but instead inquired, "Does anyone else have a differing opinion?" The cultivators of the Holy Court within the hall exchanged glances, but no one else made a sound. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck from nowhere, hitting the person who had just raised the objection, reducing him instantly to ashes. The Holy Minister stood up and declared, "Since you all wish for me to attain the status of a free immortal, let us then prepare the plan. I will amass the chief fortune of the Holy Court to verify the path of the free immortal. Let the citizens of the Holy Court witness my process of tribulation crossing to broaden their horizons." Many in the hall wore ugly expressions. Even if they feared the Holy Minister's power and dared not object, how could they not be angry in their hearts at the sight of the Holy Minister executing a court official at will? In the end, led by someone taking the initiative, everyone began to thank the Holy Minister on behalf of the citizens of the Holy Court. The Holy Minister looked up, and the vision of a starry sky emerged above him. That fellow should be returning soon. When he comes back, that will be my opportunity for a breakthrough, the Holy Minister murmured to himself. Elsewhere, in the mystic valley of the Supreme Sect, Guan read a book in the forest while an Xian sat nearby, practicing her martial arts, glancing towards Xianxia not far away, practicing with his sword, while Xianxia watched him closely. Why choose to practice with a sword? It doesn't seem impressive enough. Mused in Xian, her gaze following to Guan turned a page and said, "Everyone makes their own choices. Let him be." "Master, what weapon suits me?" she asked. "Are you not practicing the sword?" "I feel the sword doesn't suit me. I like magic artifacts like the brush in your hand. They're more novel." "Then you should think about it yourself. Don't ask me." Guan replied dismissively, then stood up and tucked the Green Hero travelogue into his chest. An Xian followed him to her feet, her voice filled with grievance. "How could I possibly come up with one? I follow your guidance in my training. Help me think of something." Guan did not respond, but looked up instead. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a streak of white light flashed across rapidly, disappearing in an instant. "Another has arrived. It seems things will get even more chaotic," Guan thought to himself. That streak of white light, just now, was unmistakably a free immortal. Chapter 405. Zhu Zai's Prudence. A mortal world deity. "Master, what are you looking at?" An Xian curiously asked as she too looked up, but there was nothing in the sky. She would not believe that Guan was just looking at nothing. He must have seen something. Guan withdrew his gaze and said with a light smile, "Another formidable fellow has descended to the mortal world." How formidable! So formidable that not even the heavens can stop him. Listening to his words, an Xian contemplated in silence. Guan then looked at Xianxia. Perhaps it was because there were too many peerless talents around him that Xianxia's talent seemed mediocre in his eyes. However, it didn't matter. Guan had taken him in merely wanting to give him a hand, not expecting anything in return. The younger generations had their own lives to live. He was there to provide help. Where they chose to go was not his concern. Guan shifted his attention and walked towards the valley, and Xian hurriedly followed. Xianxia turned his head, feeling anxious. He knew that Guan was the sword venerable Fu Dao, who had a disciple that was a legend of the supreme sect. It was clear that Xianxia was far behind in Hao, and Xianxia, having heard of Hao's deeds, knew how astonishing Hao's speed was. And Hao had that incredible speed because Guan had personally guided him, which was not a treatment Xianxia received. Guan had watched Xianxia practice many times, merely observing, which made Xianxia anxious. Without solid fundamentals, the gap with those peerless talents would only grow wider. "Master, how is my knife technique?" And Xianxia suddenly turned his head and asked Xianxia, his voice excited. Xianxia answered in a perfunctory manner, "You still need to practice more." Having said that, he left with a sweep of his sleeve. And Xianxia was puzzled. Why did it seem like his master was in a bad mood? On the other hand, Guan took an Xian to Mortal World Peak, where he taught her cultivation. Guan spared no effort in nurturing an Xian. She was, after all, his treasured disciple. He truly planned to train an Xian to surpass Hao and Yang. At present, Zin's talent was indeed far from those two, but Guan had resources and could impart teachings, so there was hope to bridge the gap in talent. And Hao and Yang did not have the guidance of the Taoist hidden immortal. 2 ancient hours later, Guan was walking down the mountain trail, while an Xian stayed on the peak. As Mortal World Peak changed its criteria for accepting disciples, there were now many below the Nirvana realm. Along the way, Guan encountered disciples greeting him, and he would nod his head with a smile. Unlike the ever-changing Supreme Sect, Dingtian Peak hadn't changed much. Even the flora along the path had stayed largely the same for many years. After a long time, Guan reached the base of Dingtian Peak, where there were more and more disciples, and the noise grew louder. Here, no disciples recognized Guan, so no one greeted him. Guan made his way to a medicine garden. He turned his head and saw a woman sprinkling spirit water in the garden. It was Zhu Shi with the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body. Recently, Zhu Shi faced a predicament, having offended a disciple of Dingtian Peak, and had been suppressed here for nearly 10 years. In those 10 years, Zhu Shi had been very obedient, gradually making the disciple forget about her. While sprinkling water, Zhu Shi sensed something and looked up, then saw Guan watching her. She pretended to be flustered and timidly asked, "Senior, can I help you with anything?" Such an act. This individual seemed to be at the nascent soul stage 5th level, but in reality, she had once consumed the spiritual power of a unification realm cultivator, even destroying their soul. The strength of the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body far exceeded all the physiques of the current age. Not even Hao or Yang could match her. Zhu Zai's strength could not be measured by the surface realm. In a sense, she and Guan were alike. She could consume spiritual power and mana, while Guan could take lifespan. "It's nothing, I just happened to pass by. Why are you the only one in this medicine garden?" Guan asked with a chuckle, his demeanor gentle, easing Zhu Zai's nervousness. Zhu Shi replied, "The garden owner has gone to visit a Taoist friend, and I don't know when he'll return. Once he's back, I can leave." Guan beckoned Zhu Shi to come over. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Shi still stepped out of the medicine garden and approached Guan. Stopping about 5 steps away, she asked anxiously, "Senior, is there something specific you need me to do?" Guan raised his right hand, pinched his fingers, and 5 secret books appeared in his hands, fanning out to reveal their titles. Meeting by chance is fate. You caught my eye. Pick one. Guan had calculated that if things continued this way, Zhuxi would inevitably take a path hostile to Mortal World Peak. After all, he was the peak master of Dingtian Peak and should do something for Mortal World Peak. Besides, he was very much looking forward to Zhu Zai's future. Zhuxi glanced at them, a strange look on her face. Heaven and Earth primordial skill, stepping path of ages step, Taoist gang primal energy, primordial reincarnation skill, universe in the palm. They all seemed impressive, but unreliable. Since when were peerless secret books inscribed on paper? Immortal Cultivation sects used jade scrolls, read by divine sense. Guan was not in a hurry, leaving the choice to her. If she did not fancy any, then so be it. Guan didn't have to resort to this method to resolve potential resentment. If Zhuxi dared to cause trouble in Dingtian Peak, he could suppress her with a flip of his hand. Could the Tai Chu swallowing Yuan body consume the immense mana of a great cultivator who cultivates the mixed Yuan refining void physique? Zhuxi, though skeptical, had a second thought. Choosing a book wouldn't be a loss, and what if the person became furious if she declined? Having cultivated for many years, Zhuxi had encountered various troubles and had experience in dealing with them. She pulled a secret book and then bowed in thanks to Gu in stepping path of age's step. Guan gazed deeply at her for a moment, then smiled, turned, and left. Zhuxi didn't expect him to just walk away. She watched as Gu's figure vanished around the bend of the mountain path before returning to the garden. She didn't continue sprinkling water, but sat down at the wooden table to read the stepping path of age's step. Before long, her expression grew solemn. Her hands clutching the secret book even trembled. This divine skill. Zhuxi looked up, no longer sensing Gu's presence. But she remembered Gu's face, her heart full of complex emotions. After reading the secret book, she confirmed the divine skill was authentic and extremely powerful, and that he had not deceived her, which made her wildly speculate. Why had he taken a liking to her? It certainly wasn't because she was easy on the eyes. Could he have seen through to her physique? Zhuxi might not understand the origin of her physique, but she knew that once news of it spread, she would become everyone's enemy. No, she must leave Mortal World Peak. This thought cemented in Zhu Zai's mind with resolve. Days later, Third Medicine Valley, inside an attic. Guan was chatting with Xianxia, his divine sense locked onto Zhuxi. He hadn't anticipated his well-intentioned action would scare Zhuxi away, which made him even more curious about her. She was too cautious, eerily reminiscent of his own self. He wasn't upset. On the contrary, he looked forward to Zhu Zai's future even more, considering her disposition made her more likely to survive. I dream less frequently now. Do you think I've lost my talent? Xianxia said, worried. Her consciousness had dwelled in dreams, while Demon Shore possessed her body, so she was utterly unaware of its existence, let alone its death. Guan laughed. The way you used to dream was already extraordinary, akin to path enlightenment. You can't be expecting that to happen all the time. What you should do now is reflect on your past insights, consolidate your Taoist heart. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. Do you know of Wu Ju? He began telling her about Wu Ju's experiences with path enlightenment, omitting the part about lifespan limits. But Wu Ju indeed had multiple bouts of enlightenment. Xianxia had not expected Wu Ju to have such a background, which explained his sudden rise. Now that I think about it, why does everyone associated with you seem to encounter all sorts of fortunes? Xianxia suddenly asked. Guan raised an eyebrow. Could it be my doing? Shouldn't you be kneeling and thanking me? Xianxia rolled her eyes in response. How could that be? You wish. I just think it's a bit coincidental. Maybe there's something common among us. Perhaps it's chi fortune. There was a great cultivator who came to the Supreme Sect to teach. I listened to his lecture about chi fortune. Guan had not attended the lecture because the speaker was just a loose immortal. Now, hearing Xianxia, he listened attentively. A person with great fortune of energy movement would always turn danger into safety and break through limits, and they also seemed to attract each other. Given this explanation, it indeed seemed reasonable to attribute it to Chi fortune. After chatting with Guan, Xianxia's worries dissipated. She felt that Guan was right. There was no need for overthinking. The gains she had already made were plenty. As long as she maintained equanimity, she would eventually find enlightenment through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am a mortal world immortal. All beings speak my name with devout faith, and shall receive the protection of my divine power. A loud and authoritative voice rang out, startling the entire world and interrupting Xianxia's speech. Xianxia, struck with astonishment, said, I coined the name Mortal World Immortal when I was writing and even came up with a scenario. After I drew it, the picture somehow disappeared. Guan immediately knew it had been destroyed by Demon Shore, fearing it would alarm the Mortal World Immortal. This Mortal World Immortal was also of the 9th level in the free immortal realm. He lacked the chief fortune of the Holy Court, but was entangled in intricate karma with it. His arrival was likely at the Holy Court's behest. Should I redraw it for you? Xianxian offered, standing to grab pen and paper. Wait, with him now descended to the mortal world, you dare to draw? Aren't you afraid he might suddenly appear before us right now? Guan glared at her, irritated. Xianxian realized the logic and opted to sit back down. He claims divinity. Could he be an actual immortal? Xianxian asked, curious. Before the conflict between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, people thought they were immortals. But as the world plunged into chaos, the fantasy shattered, and they came to be seen simply as powerful forces. Guan shook his head. How would I know? Xianxian's eyes widened. But you wrote Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Surely in dreams, an immortal graced you. You must know more than I do. She was convinced those 3 books weren't fabrications. They must represent some part of immortal history. Not just her. Many people believe the same, which is why Pan was still remembered. Chapter 406, Lifespan Samsara. The proclamation of the mortal world god startled all living beings under heaven, but the reaction within the supreme sect was minor. This kind of proclamation had occurred several times before, and given that the Taitsong continent hadn't been impacted by the chaos that plagued the greater world, the majority of cultivators who heard the mortal world god's words were merely curious and did not believe. The beings of Taitsong continent had their own faith, and that was in Sword Venerable Fudao. Could the mortal world god possibly be as formidable as Sword Venerable Fudao? Xianxian also expressed such sentiment, looking down on the mortal world god. I've drawn him, and I've drawn the divine skills of Sword Venerable Fudao, and I truly feel that Sword Venerable Fudao is stronger, Xianxian earnestly said. Guan helplessly said, regardless, the fact that he can shout to the whole world means his cultivation level is beyond our imagination. We should discuss this less. Xianxian glared at Guan and said, look at how timid you are. What's there to be afraid of? Would he dare to come to Sword Venerable Fudao's territory? Sword Venerable Fudao only protects all living beings. He doesn't intervene in personal grievances. That depends on the cultivation level of the visitor. With an existence like the mortal world god, it's impossible that he came for just any individual. Sword Venerable Fudao certainly won't give him the chance. You speak as if you understand Sword Venerable Fudao the best. Nonsense, I definitely understand him better than you do. Watching Xianxian's vehement demeanor, Guan realized he couldn't out-argue her. It seemed like no one understood Sword Venerable Fudao better than she did. Guan, not wishing to argue further, changed the subject and talked about other matters while his divine thought reached out to the mortal world god. The mortal world god had established a dojo on a straight and majestic mountain peak, and had taken 100 heaven and earth flying immortals as land immortals, seemingly preparing to promote the divine Tao. These 100 heaven and earth flying immortals came from different sects, each sought out by the mortal world god. It is worth mentioning that Xianxia of Mortal World Peak was also among them. If not for Xianxia's invitation, Guan would not have joined Mortal World Peak, but since demonstrating his superior strength, their relationship had become distant, with Xianxia intentionally keeping his distance. Guan didn't know his state of mind. All he could do was to oblige him. Being a land immortal under the mortal world god was in Xia's view the greatest opportunity of his life. However, after Guan's deduction, this path was more perilous than fortunate, as the mortal world god was destined to confront the immortal dynasty. Nearly an hour later, Xianxia left. Guan then continued to deduce Xia's destiny to enhance his own understanding of the way of cause and effect. Although the mortal world god's proclamation had no impact on the Taitsong continent, it sparked wild thoughts among the beings overseas, especially those who suffered greatly, who clung to it as if it were a life-saving straw, knelt to worship the heavens, and prayed for the mortal world god's divine protection. In the years that followed, the divine Tao of the mortal world god grew rapidly, and Guan could see his chi fortune soaring. Once the mortal world god's chi fortune reached a point where he could contend with the immortal dynasty, he would launch his attack. Time flowed gently, and 20 years swiftly passed. North Sea Mountain. Guan, donning a mask, casually sat on the eaves with his legs crossed. He pulled up his attribute panel to have a look. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 725/3, 169, 008, 271. Physique, mixed yuan refined void body. Cultivation level, Taoist hidden immortal realm perfect, 3,169,000,000 years of lifespan. He wondered if it would suffice for breakthroughs. Guan thought cheerfully, suddenly feeling inspired to open a lifespan samsara. Through reincarnation evolution, he could also deepen his grasp on cause and effect and destiny. He hadn't used it in many years, always restraining himself. In recent years, he had been paying close attention to the mortal world god, able to sense the intense reincarnation cause and effect surrounding him, indicating that the mortal world god had experienced many cycles of reincarnation. This meant that for great cultivators, reincarnation was also a method of cultivation. Guan could also undergo reincarnation, and it would be risk-free at that. But upon thinking of Lu Qiuxian and Long Qing, Guan feared reflecting the reality. After much deliberation, he felt he was being too cautious. Regardless of how many variables arose, as long as he was growing stronger, that was what mattered. He shouldn't be weighed down by so many burdens. Even if he had descendants, how would that be an issue? If he met them, he would help. If he created karma, he would suppress it when necessary. And as for more formidable foes, no matter his choice, enemies on the path of immortal cultivation would keep emerging endlessly. Everything must prioritize the Tao. Bring it on. After persuading himself, the eyes beneath the mask grew excited. Start a game. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning connection to Tao rules. Searching for a world of reincarnation. You have the following options. Please choose one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Great Primordial Land. 3. Dark Heaven and Eartham. Why are these the 3 options? Guan frowned, annoyed by the lack of refresh options, making him somewhat uncomfortable. The Great Primordial Land was where Luhan had been. He too had completed the trial, ultimately being slain by the Black Profound Emperor in the River of Destiny. No need to mention the Dark Heaven and Earth, as it was where Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian had been, both killed by the Black Profound Emperor. Both choices likely meant confronting the Black Profound Emperor again. Whenever Guan mentioned the Black Profound Emperor, he would bristle with annoyance. The Annihilation God Emperor had suppressed Longzhan, and could at least be considered to have eradicated a scourge for all living beings. But what about the Black Profound Emperor? This bastard was motivated entirely by personal vendetta, and moreover, he was a higher realm bullying a lower one. No, he couldn't allow himself to become hostile towards him. He needed to treat him with indifference. Guan adjusted his mindset, and turned his gaze to the first option. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. What would happen if he chose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land? In the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, he wouldn't panic. After all, there was no one in this great heaven and earth who could threaten him for the time being. Let's try it. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Given that the Tao rules of this land cannot conceal your talent, you will retain your ability to seize lifespans, but you won't be able to unlock stage-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into a Yin clan tribe in the desolate ancient continent, and you were named Extreme by your father. At age 3, you crushed a rabbit to death, seizing 6 years of its lifespan. But destiny reached a turning point. At age 7, your chi blood reached the level of a wilderness beast, and you were proclaimed the number 1 divine son of the tribe. At age 12, you defeated all challengers within the Yin clan tribe, becoming the champion warrior crowned by the Yin ancestors. Looking at the prompts before him, Guan's expression became strange. Tribes? Yin clan? He calculated and realized that the Great Heavenly Spirit Land had no Yin clan tribe, which meant that this lifespan samsara was not set in his own time point. He continued reading. At age 15, an old man came to the Yin clan tribe, calling himself a land immortal, claiming knowledge of 5,000 years before and after. He saw through you at a glance and wanted to tell your fortune. Will you accept? Was this a necessary NPC encounter at the start of reincarnation evolution? Guan silently chose no. You refused his offer to tell your fortune. However, he didn't give up but insisted on doing so, resulting in your chi blood boiling in rage and you dying on the spot. At age 18, in pursuit of greater strength, you left the Yin clan tribe on your own. At age 20, you condensed your primordial spirit, gaining a might capable of shaking gods. At age 21, you encountered an injured dragon girl by the seashore, lying on death's door, begging for your help. Will you choose to save her? No, you chose not to save her. The dragon girl died of a broken heart upon your refusal. Her clan brother, the Azure Dragon, leapt out from the depths of the sea and upon seeing the scene, suspected you of killing the dragon girl. He attacked you, and after a fierce battle, you tore the Azure Dragon to shreds. Guan suddenly felt some regret. Why did rejecting to save her lead to even bigger trouble? At age 22, you faced a massive pursuit by an army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, trapped on an island and cornered. Using your lifespan evolution ability, you enhanced your path of physical cultivation, and after days of fighting, you broke through the encirclement and condensed your mystic heart. Mystic Heart Realm, at 22 years old? Just how many creatures had this person killed? Guan couldn't see the specifics of each year, but judging by Extreme's growth rate, his killer instinct must have been tremendous. In the years that followed, Extreme was constantly haunted by the Dragon Palace from where the Dragon Girl had come. He battled ferociously, slaying dragons and demons, with astonishing progress each year that left Guan both thrilled and terrified. Strength can be brittle. It wasn't until he was 40 that Guan finally saw a chance to make a choice. At age 40, having stepped into the immortal path, you stormed into the astonishing Dragon Palace and slaughtered widely. Carrying the severed head of the Dragon Crown Prince, you confronted the grievously wounded Dragon King who knelt before you begging for mercy. Will you choose to spare the Dragon King? To have come this far, it was natural to eliminate the roots as well. Moreover, the long-standing grudge between Extreme and the Dragon Palace wasn't his fault. How could he be blamed when the palace insisted on holding Extreme responsible for the Dragon Girl's death, leading to an ever-growing hatred? Guan chose no. You executed the Dragon King and started to cultivate and heal in the Dragon Palace. At age 50, you learned the strongest legacy of the Dragon Palace, the dragon's divine, heaven-reaching record. At age 51, you arrived at the Fallen Star continent and made the acquaintance of a cultivator who invited you to join Mortal World Peak. Do you choose to join? Mortal World Peak? Finally, something familiar. Guan immediately chose to join. You joined Mortal World Peak, astonishing the high ranks of Mortal World Peak in the assessment, and the Peak Master sought to take you as a disciple. Do you choose to accept? Accept. You became a disciple of Bai Chi Dao, the Taoist lord of mortal world Peak, and started to focus on your cultivation. At age 60, Bai Chi Dao took you to a grand conference of all sects, representing mortal world Peak in combat, constantly slaying powerful enemies, alarming various sects with your killer instinct. At age 61, you won first place in the grand conference and were conferred the title of Heaven-Killing Extreme Star by the Immortals. At age 62, you left mortal world Peak on your own to temper yourself. Upon setting out to sea, you were ambushed and annihilated the enemy. At age 63, you stormed the Chi Si Cliffs, captured the mastermind behind the ambush, but the Chi Si Cliffs threatened you. If you dared to kill that person, they would be at endless war with you. Will you choose to stay your hand? The ruthless heaven-killing extreme star seemed even more powerful than Long John. The key was that his aggression was not unrestrained but targeted at his enemies. Guan felt that even if he stayed his hand, Chi Si Cliffs wouldn't let him go. What did endless war matter? Had it been any other situation, he might have capitulated, but Extreme had stormed the Chi Si Cliffs instead of sneaking in, suggesting he was capable of fighting his way out. No, ignoring the threats of Chi Si Cliffs, you crushed that person into a mist of blood. Chi Si Cliffs launched an onslaught against you. You didn't flee but chose to fight. After a bloody battle, you broke the morale of Chi Si Cliffs, with no one daring to challenge you again. You left the remains of the Chi Si Cliffs under the fearful gazes of its cultivators. Chapter 407. Battling Through Life. Dominating the ancient and modern times, how fierce. Guan admired the extreme performance he witnessed. He couldn't help but say that the manipulation of lifespan samsara had been pushed to the limit. Accumulate lifespan crazily, evolve crazily, and even evolve during battles, truly like a madman. Moreover, no matter the choices this person made, as long as anyone dared to make a move on him, he would show no mercy. Guan looked forward to seeing more of Extreme, just unsure if Extreme had existed in the past or was from the future. At the age of 65, your understanding of the divine skill's heavenly record has deepened, and your soul has transformed. At the age of 67, you broke into the cave of an ancient immortal, endured many hardships, and seized the inheritance of the ancient holy court. You have obtained the heavenly Tao inheritance and can claim the heavenly Tao destiny. Do you choose to accept it? Ancient holy court? These 4 words made Guan imagine many things. But the holy court had existed for countless years, and it still needed to be seen whether the holy court existed in the time and space where Extreme was. As for the heavenly Tao destiny, he could not accept it. No, you refused to accept the heavenly Tao inheritance. You returned the inheritance to its original place, waiting for the next fated person to arrive. At the age of 68, as you prepare to leave the ancient immortal's cave, you suddenly encounter the spirit of a holy god from the ancient holy court. Seeing that you are fated, he wishes to pass on a divine skill to you. Do you choose to accept? Holy god? Guan's expression turned strange. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to accept. You accept the inheritance of holy god Xianxia, learning the heaven-extinguishing, Tao-annihilating 36 spear techniques. Xianxia. Now Guan could completely confirm that Extreme existed in a far-distant future. Holy God is a level of divine, thought, true immortal. After reaching this realm and then dying, how many years later must it be? There's no such thing as a duplicate name, because the heaven-extinguishing, Tao-annihilating 36 spear techniques were taught to Xianxia by divine, exotic ghost king, stealing the 5 elements, and Guan had seen it. Does Xianxia's death not mean that the holy court will also perish? As Guan pondered, notifications continued to pop up in front of him, quickly drawing his attention. After learning the heaven-extinguishing, Tao-annihilating 36 spear techniques, Extreme continued to battle across the world. In the next 50 years, he made a formidable name for himself on the fallen star continent, then proceeded to the next continent. Battles, slaughter, and exploring caves, that was Extreme's life. He remained unattached to any emotions, unlike his previous reincarnations, even if Guin helped him to refuse them. Extreme reached the free immortal realm by the age of 800, astonishingly radiant. At 1233 years old, you defeat the strongest contemporary of Daluo Heaven, understanding your own Taoist intent during the battle and creating the ultimate battle technique. At 1150 years old, you declare yourself the Extreme Saint, ancient and brilliant, and you begin closed-door cultivation. At 1200 years old, you step into the river of time, journeying to the past seeking rivals. At 1300 years old, you arrive in the post-ancient period and begin a new campaign. Journeying to the past, Guin felt odd inside. The subsequent experiences were still battles. Each time Guin had a choice, it was either threats or pleas from enemies asking Extreme for forgiveness. In the end, Extreme spent 200 years sweeping through the heavenly spirit great heaven and earth of the post-ancient period, seizing the chief fortune of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level skyrocketed. However, he did not surpass the 9 heavens of Immortal Path as he used his lifespan evolution to enhance his cultivation techniques and divine skills. Then, he stepped into the river of time again, heading for a more distant past. The Middle Ages, unparalleled and capturing the chief fortune of heaven and earth again. Continue through time. The Taoist period, still waging wars across the universe. During the Wilderness Ancient Period and the Ancient Period, Extreme maintained absolute dominance, killing his way into the most remote eras. He came to the Taichu period. At 3,236 years old, you encounter the senior disciple of the Taitsong sword sect. You initiate a battle, defeat your opponent decisively, and choose not to kill him, letting him go. At 3,237 years old, the sect master of the Taitsong sword sect descends, wishing to test his strength against you. Ultimately, he cannot withstand a punch from you, and the sect master of the Taitsong sword sect meets a crushing defeat. At 3,238 years old, a river formed from concentrated sword chi descends from the sky, blocking your path. An ancient founder of the Taitsong sword sect appears. His sword intent shakes the heavenly spirit, great heaven and earth, and you engage in a monumental battle. Ultimately, you scatter his sword intent using the ultimate battle technique. And as the battle takes a tragic turn, and he is on the brink of death, you feel an unusual hesitation in your heart. Do you choose to save him? Taitsong sword sect. The words Taitsong also made Gu An's heart waver. After a moment's thought, he decided to save him. You choose to save the founder of the Taitsong sword sect, Leah, sacrificing your own true yuan to successfully save Leah. After gaining a hint of battle intent from your ultimate battle technique, Leah inquires about your name as you bid him farewell, to which you reveal only the name Extreme. What a story. Leah. No wonder Gu and an Extreme hesitated. According to the prompts, Leah was already at the cultivation level of a free immortal. How many years later must that be? This cycle of lifespan projection has gone too far. Wait, would he perhaps slaughter his way to the era I'm in? Guin felt uneasy at the thought. His conquest continued, and within the primordial period, he met numerous free immortals, including Li Xiandao and Blood Prison Great Saint, all of whom he defeated. Li Xiandao even tried to win him over, offering his daughter in marriage, but his offer was rejected. Along this journey, the girl of heavenly pride also confessed her true feelings to him. Unfortunately, Guin had to refuse for him. Let him be a pure warrior and cultivator. At the age of 3,700 years, you defeated the most powerful LVCN of the era and seized the chief fortune of heaven and earth, elevating your ultimate battle technique to a new realm. At the age of 3,800 years, you returned to the river of time, where you were attacked by a mysterious entity severely injured, and flung back to your era. Mysterious entity? Gu An's heart tightened. Although he had caught up with Lu Han, to have died at just over 3,000 years old seemed far too regrettable. The following prompts were all about recovery. He hid on a deserted island to heal, a process that took a millennium. Guan felt that his lifespan must be immense, but couldn't understand why he refused the 9 heavens of Immortal Path. Perhaps, although he appeared strong, he was actually cautious at heart, only undertaking actions he was certain of. Once he achieved the free immortal realm, he continued to fight, improving the power of his Taoist sorcery. His prowess within the free immortal realm had reached a stage where he could traverse ancient and modern times. Guan wondered how strong he was now, and whether he could compete with the free immortal realm's Guan. After the reincarnation evolution ended, he could use a lifespan simulation. Fighting himself? Guan found it intriguing and was filled with anticipation. In the years that followed, once he had healed, he began adventuring through the universe. From the prompts, it seemed like the universe at this time was vast with intricate powers, far more exciting than Gu An's current era. At the age of 5,306 years, you unexpectedly met the fairy of 9 nether underworld, Yu Quan. You enjoyed each other's company, and she invited you to discuss Taoist ideas in the 9 nether underworld. Would you accept? 9 nether underworld? That sounded very dangerous. Guan chose no. You refused Yu Quan fairy's invitation, leaving her regretful. As you watch her leave, you erased the turmoil in your heart, dissolved the karma between you, and roamed the universe alone. At the age of 5,400 years, you enter the Kanglan immortal domain. You are attacked by a heavenly demon, slaying millions of them and earning the enmity of their entire race, but also the admiration of all beings in the Kanglan immortal domain. At the age of 5,402 years, you are titled the Immortal Domain War God by the Domain Master of the Kanglan Immortal Domain. At the age of 5,413 years, you enter an ancient forbidden land within the Kanglan Immortal Domain, where you are attacked by the spirits of the battle court. You annihilate all the spirits in the Forbidden Land, and you arrive at the Kanglan Immortal King's Tao Palace. At the age of 5,414 years, you comprehend the Kanglan Immortal Technique, triggering the Heavenly Tao Immortal Position Examination. You defeat the Immortals in the exam. Would you choose to accept the Heavenly Tao Immortal Position? Heavenly Tao Immortal Position? It was unexpected that he also had a heritage similar to LVCN's. It was within expectations that he could progress through such a heritage. Gun immediately chose no. If the Immortals knew that he could seize lifespans, what then? You refused to accept the Heavenly Tao Immortal Position. The Immortals are furious, claiming you have offended the Heavenly Might. Within 100 years, they will definitely capture you. Absurd. Guan suddenly felt fortunate that he had not accepted the heritage examination before. If he had tried it, big trouble would have surely come his way. At the age of 5,480 years, you evolve through lifespan and condense a Tao fruit, becoming a Taoist hidden immortal. At the age of 5,485 years, a group of immortals descended into the universe, starting to hunt you down. You fought tens of thousands of immortals alone and struggled to cope. At the age of 5,486 years, you arrive at the edge of the universe and encounter the heavenly spirit God guarding the boundary gate. You're annihilated by a single strike of his axe. You have died and your path has extinguished. Reincarnation ends. As the last prompt fell, Guan vanished from the porch and moved to a deserted island on the ocean, swiftly activating a lifespan barrier. He sat in meditation, beginning to absorb the life memories of Ji. Although Ji had only lived for just over 5,000 years, his experiences were in no way inferior to those of Lu Han or Long Zhan, and perhaps even more splendid. Through Ji's eyes, Guan saw the environment where the Yin clan tribe lived, with a broader heaven and earth and more abundant spiritual energy. The rabbits Ji killed in his childhood were as large as small hills. From a young age, Ji, who had exhibited exceptional strength, was the treasure of his entire tribe, dearly loved by everyone. Before he left the Yin clan tribe, he had never suffered any hardships, with everything going smoothly for him as he hunted year-round, accumulating a substantial lifespan. Afterward, Guan saw the desperately endangered dragon girl, extraordinarily beautiful with a pitiable look. If it were him, he might not be able to resist helping in such a situation. Yet the dealings of the Dragon Palace were overbearing, and no matter what, conflicts might be unavoidable. Jis grudges with the Dragon Palace lasted many years. Guan found that Ji was fighting almost every day, and with his speed, his lifespan growth was definitely fast. He was immersed in Jis memories. Through Jis actions and words, he could feel that Ji was different from his other past lives. Ji had an inherent arrogance that emanated from his bones, directed only against strong opponents. When facing the weak, he could show a gentle side. Guan also saw the spirit of Yang Jian. Although its disposition differed greatly from the Yang Jian Guan knew, it was indeed Yang Jian. And there was Liya. During the Taichu period, Liya, with his white hair and powerful presence, had almost reached the current Gu Ans Taitsong's sword intent. Chapter 408, whose past life is stronger. Guan was immersed in the extreme memories, experiencing his heart-wrenching life. At the same time, Gu Ans' understanding of the ultimate battle technique deepened. Although it was called a combat skill, it was actually the way of extremes. He combined all his cultivation techniques, divine skills, and spells into the ultimate battle technique, forming a combat system unique to himself. Through this memory, Guan could confirm that the Taichu period was immeasurably distant from the present, perhaps impossible to measure in millions or tens of millions of years. Taichu period, ancient times, Middle Ages, Taoist period. Each period was separated by countless years, and in the Taichu period, one could still encounter Li Xiandao, and Lv Xian, but in the later ancient times, their legends were no longer to be found. Yang Jian didn't even survive until the Taichu period. Guan thought of many things, but he didn't feel that the future was already set, nor did he worry about those friends who did not appear in the extremities of his life. Rather, he experienced the life of the extreme. In the same realm, the combat power of the extreme was incredibly fearsome. Apart from fighting, all his time was spent cultivating, and judging by the rapid strengthening of his ultimate battle technique, he had devoted most of his lifespan to it. After Guan inherited all the memories, he felt that the ultimate battle technique might be stronger than any method he currently possessed. Having reached the free, immortal realm, he did not become arrogant, but instead felt a strong unease, which was also why he chose to become stronger by battling through the River of Time. The River of Time was different from the River of Destiny. It allowed one to traverse the past and future. The reason for choosing the past was because the extreme felt that what was past had already gone, and he would not feel as much guilt when killing. In fact, the extreme did not kill indiscriminately and even admired some opponents. Because he let many enemies go, his lifespan was not as long as Guan had anticipated. Both were belligerent, but the extreme led a life without shame, never killing innocents or those without enmity, at most leaving them to their fate. Thinking about the extreme's battles, Guan felt that in terms of combat talent, the extreme was stronger. He could even say that he had never seen a stronger being than the extreme. If the extreme hadn't been hunted by immortals, his potential would be unimaginable. After entering the Tao Fruit realm, the extreme's combat talent was clearly stronger. None of the 10,000 immortals he faced was of a lower realm than him, and each possessed outstanding divine skills. Every one of them brought a sense of pressure that surpassed any opponent he had faced in his earlier life. Yet even so, the extreme was able to break out of the encirclement of 10,000 enemies who were of a higher realm than himself. As for the heavenly spirit god he faced last, That guy was indeed terrifyingly powerful, decidedly many levels above the extreme. Guin opened his eyes, and instead of immediately returning to the North Sea Mountain, he had another idea. He wanted to fight with the extreme. Even though the extreme was him, he just wanted to spar with another self. The aura of the extreme was too strong. Even in death before the heavenly spirit god, he had not felt fear or dread. Just do it. Guin's mind stirred. Simulating a battle with the extreme will consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Guin's eyes hardened, and his consciousness plunged into the simulation. Both were Taoist hidden immortals, but Guin was still in the perfect realm. Guin liked battling lower realms from a higher one, but that didn't mean he had no demands for his own combat strength. The battle lasted for several ancient hours until night fell. Guin opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. He had actually lost. He couldn't beat the extreme. The combat power of the extreme's ultimate battle technique was simply too strong. No matter what combat skill he used, the extreme could find a way to counter it in an extremely short time. Guin felt somewhat depressed. He had never tried so hard, yet he still lost. Losing to himself was not a big deal, but it still irked him. He had to look into the ultimate battle technique later. Guin stood up, looking towards the North Sea Mountain, where he saw sage Xianxia cultivating and not rushed by his disappearance. Seeing this, he decided to return to the Supreme Sect first. He vanished on the spot. 30 minutes later, Guin sat in the attic of the Third Medicine Valley, reviewing the previous fight, repeatedly reassessing, and looking for ways to defeat the extreme. His mana was a bit stronger than the extreme's, but clearly, the extreme had invested far more lifespan into the ultimate battle technique than he had in a Daoist sorcery. Moreover, the extreme's combat talent was truly exaggerated, the whole process filled with pressure and without any flaw. He sat from night until morning. Only when the sounds of disciples practicing came from outside the window did he finally wake up. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he really influenced by the extreme? Why did he care so much about winning and losing? Wasn't he pursuing the joy of high realms battling lower ones? If he ever reached the extremes period of the Tianyuan, it was unimaginable how terrifying he would be then, and the extreme wouldn't be worth mentioning in his eyes. Guin found that the reincarnation evolution absorbed character traits from the evolution. Fortunately, only the good ones. At least he had not inherited Long Zhan's brutality. I have a goal now, Guin silently thought. He wanted to comprehend the ultimate battle technique, and he also thought of Long Zhan's divine skill. Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. This divine skill could condense the self of a past life to fight alongside oneself, perfectly fitting for lifespan samsara. Guin had realized that all his reincarnations were battle maniacs. The more numerous they became, the stronger the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect would grow. In a sense, the more times one reincarnated, the stronger the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect became. The Dharma aspect conjured by the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation could retain the main Bodhis battle will, but lacked independent thought, only capable of battle, not of serving as doubles. Imagining the future, Guin raised his hand as myriad past lives stood behind him. How spectacular was that vision! The divine skills created by Long Zhan, like the ultimate battle technique, had immeasurable potential. Guin took a deep breath and ceased to dwell on the comparison of strengths and weaknesses with the polar extreme. Even if he failed, so be it, then he would just continue to grow stronger. It was precisely the right time to temper pride and complacency. Guin stood up, then went downstairs, ready to practice drills with his disciples. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Xiaoyu also came out, saying she wanted to join him in practice. He did not refuse. During the drill practice, Guin could feel Xiaoyu observing him. After blending the polar extremes' life memories, there came about a certain change in Guin's demeanor, one he couldn't completely revert to as it was before merging those memories. He wasn't afraid of Xiaoyu seeing through him. After all, If he simply refused to admit it, what could she do? After the practice was over, Xiaoyu invited Gu into her room, and he did not refuse. Once inside, they sat down opposite each other at the table. Xiaoyu stared at Guin, saying, "You've acquired some aura of reincarnation about you. Where did you go yesterday?" Guin replied, "Off to save the world." "Why do you ask? Can you see who I was in my past life?" A mere reincarnation path emperor. Could he measure up to the polar extreme? Speaking of which, the polar extreme had once visited the yin-yang domain in later generations, sweeping through all the strong beings there, even compelling the yin-yang domain to erect an imperial stele in his honor. "I can't see through it. I suddenly suspect that you are just like me. We both may be reincarnations of some great power," Xiaoyu said, her face unexpectedly breaking into a smile. Guin raised his eyebrows. "How could that be? I've not received memories of a past life. I haven't even dreamt anything." "That's because the karma of your reincarnation is still dormant, and your cultivation speed is too slow." Xiaoyu laughed, but then suddenly remembered something, and her brow furrowed again. If Guin was like her, didn't that mean their future was already destined? Both of them would eventually become just a memory for someone else, all their experiences belonging not to the ones who truly lived them, but to their original selves. At that thought, Xiaoyu looked at Guin with a different gleam in her eyes. At this moment, she sensed the force of destiny. Was it fate that led her to meet Guin? Seeing her spirits somewhat dampened, Guin changed the subject. "So, who do you think was stronger in our past lives? You or me?" Xiaoyu's soul was that of the reincarnation path emperor, and they were one and the same. Even Guin couldn't extricate her from the reincarnation path emperor's being. Without a soul, and only having memories, she wouldn't be the real her. It was an unsolvable issue. Only time could soothe the regret. "Of course I was stronger. Judging from the karma of reincarnation, the number of my reincarnations far exceeds yours. And for beings of that realm, the number of reincarnations indicates the height of their Tao level," Xiaoyu stated as matter-of-factly, prompting Guin to want to laugh. The reincarnation path emperor hadn't even transcended the reincarnation tribulation. How could he be compared to Guin's past life? Let alone outmatching the polar extreme and Long Zhan. It seemed doubtful that the reincarnation path emperor could even defeat Lu Han. The two of them continued to chat, and Xiaoyu began to speak of the battle she had dreamed about, the epic battles of the reincarnation path emperor against formidable enemies, which excited Guin greatly. Of course, the emotion was feigned. He had to put on a show for Xiaoyu. While chatting with Xiaoyu, Guin was reflecting upon more. He thought about incorporating the polar extremes cultivation methods into his teachings for his disciples, which might make them stronger. He would start with an Xin. Nobody could possibly possess the polar extremes battle talent. But if an Xin could achieve a mere 1/10,000th of the polar extremes combat achievement, even she could sweep through her peers. Regrettably, the polar extremes life had not intersected with an Hao's, leaving the future of an Hao an unwritten story. As it stood, though an Hao could not compare to the polar extreme, both had different growing environments, and the future remained uncertain. Late at night, Hidden Spirit Palace. Guin was instructing the deep-sea dragon carp in cultivation. After shape-shifting, the deep-sea dragon carp, clad in white, looked even more feminine with her black hair neatly pinned up. He intended to reprimand the deep-sea dragon carp, but found her transformed appearance quite pleasing to the eye, so he held back the critique. The deep-sea dragon carp, receiving direct guidance from Guin, was very joyful, speaking even more tenderly than an Xin in Yilan, sometimes drawing Guin's gaze to linger. Once Guin finished instructing, he lay back in the chair to read. The deep-sea dragon carp, practicing her step technique beside him, inquired, "Master, I've been reading the book you gave me. Do you think I might have a chance to turn into a dragon someday?" She was named Longli because she carried the blood of ancient true dragons. Deep in her bones, she yearned for the stature of an ancient true dragon. Guin, flipping through the pages of Green Hero Travelogue, casually responded, "Keep cultivating well, and in the future, whatever you wish to do or become, you might have the chance." Hearing this, the deep-sea dragon carp felt greatly inspired and practiced the stepping path of age's step with even more diligence. Chapter 409. The darkest years above the vast ocean, clouds surged like a scene from an immortal realm, and a towering peak stood in the sea with immortal birds circling around. Atop the mountain shone a dazzling golden light from a gigantic golden mirror, spinning and sweeping beams of light in all directions. Below the golden mirror lay a spacious and bright dojo, paved with white jade. Tens of thousands sat in meditation, all from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. The majority meditated with closed eyes, while a few looked towards the front where a majestic figure sat in meditation before the golden mirror, his presence alone stretching 100 yards high. Mortal world god, clad in a black Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, his half-white hair bundled behind his head with jade pins, his face weathered as if worn by the ages, he emitted an immense and boundless aura of Taoist sorcery simply by sitting there. Mortal God, now that the world is in chaos, when will we, the followers of divine Tao, descend the mountain to save the world? An elder suddenly spoke out, prompting everyone to open their eyes and collectively gaze at the mortal world God. Even Xia, from mortal world peak, opened his eyes to look. They had pledged allegiance to the mortal world God, not merely to seek greater strength, but also to fulfill their own aspirations. In their eyes, both the immortal dynasty and the holy court were preoccupied with their own power, not prioritizing all living beings. Neither deserved to rule the great heavenly spirit land. They believed that salvation required a third-party force, and the divine Tao founded by mortal world God represented their hope. Before joining the divine Tao, they had experienced its formidable power, a force they believed to surpass the immortal path. With the chief fortune of divine Tao, their strength continued to grow. Though newly joined, many were already eager to take action. Without opening his eyes, the mortal world God responded slowly, "The time is not yet ripe. We aim to save the entire world, not merely a portion of beings. Acting now might accumulate virtue, but won't shake the immortal dynasty or the holy court. Once we are strong enough, we will crush the immortal dynasty in one fell swoop, swallow the holy court, and quickly restore peace to the world, which will truly benefit all beings." Many nodded in agreement with his words. A female cultivator asked, "Mortal God, in your eyes, is the threat from Xianxia greater, or is it the Xianxia Emperor? The free immortal might not decide the fate of the world. After all, even the Xianxia Emperor couldn't breach the Holy Court, but they all knew that to crush the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court, they must defeat both the Xianxia Emperor and Xianxia. A monumental battle awaited the mortal world God. Upon hearing this, the mortal world God slowly opened his eyes, peering into the distance with a profound look. He said meaningfully, "Besides those two, there are greater threats in this world, and not just one. It is a time of unprecedented chaos. The future changes of the world will far exceed your imaginations, and what you currently see are merely premonitions. The true calamity has yet to descend. Day and night confused, your sin and virtue mixed. Where immortals and mortals coexist, you will witness the darkest of times." Hearing the words of the mortal world God, the faces of the cultivators in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm changed drastically, and they began whispering among themselves. Xia also furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with worry. What really awaited them in the future? 3 years later, in a forest, Guan sat on a tree reading, while Blood Prison Great Saint lay beneath, watching an Xian cultivate with a curious look in his eyes. "Master, what exactly is she cultivating? It feels different from the previous cultivation techniques and divine skills, yet contains those mysteries. Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but look up and ask. Guan responded nonchalantly, "It is my Tao." Over the past 3 years, he had integrated the ultimate battle technique and infused his own enlightenment, which he was now beginning to teach to an Xian. However, even if the level of achievement in the ultimate battle technique was the same, the strength and combat style of Gu and remained distinct. He had to admit that the original user was the most suited for the ultimate battle technique. With the same level of achievement, the original user could unleash greater power, which related to will and nature. Since the simulated battle 3 years ago, Guan hadn't simulated again, feeling that he was still not ready. It was good this way, having another version of himself as a target, made life more expectant. Tao, Blood Prison Great Saint pondered thoughtfully. The forest quickly fell silent. Blood Prison Great Saint was momentarily dazed as he looked up and saw an Xian had stopped. She was standing still, seemingly lost in thought. "Master," Blood Prison Great Saint looked up and cautiously asked. Guan flipped through the pages of the book and replied, "She is merely embracing the path enlightenment. Pay it no mind." Path enlightenment? Blood Prison Great Saint was not the naive youth he once was. He understood what path enlightenment meant, an opportunity seldom encountered in life. He looked at an Xian with envy, filled with expectation. Indeed, following his master, experiencing path enlightenment and changing one's essence were not difficult. Xianxia was unfortunate not to continue staying on. Had his heart settled, his growth would have accelerated. That foolish boy was short-sighted, thinking he had learned all the skills his master had, not realizing that his master's Tao level was profound and immeasurable. Blood Prison Great Saint's gaze returned to an Xian and noticed a new aura about her. This presence instinctively made him wary. This girl is growing so fast, always smiling, but once she begins to cultivate, her aura is even stronger than Xianxia's. Blood Prison Great Saint thought to himself, astonished. He tried to recall when an Xian had developed such an aura. He could not pinpoint the exact moment. He looked again towards Guan in the tree, his eyes full of admiration. If such a frail woman could be nurtured to this extent, how powerful could he become if properly trained? Blood Prison Great Saint silently vowed to become the strongest under Guan's command. Time swiftly passed. As dusk approached, an Xian suddenly woke up. Her eyes widened as she gasped for air, her forehead covered with cold sweat. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why does path enlightenment seem like you're having a nightmare?" Blood Prison Great Saint asked with a hint of jealousy in his tone. He wanted to experience path enlightenment too, just like that fat rat. He suspected that the rat's rapid growth was due to continuously embracing path enlightenment even while sleeping. An Xian managed to calm herself, then turned to look at Guan and said, "Master, I just saw a figure." No sooner had she spoken than she froze. The invincible figure in her mind overlaid with Gu and sitting on the tree. "What figure?" Guan casually asked without looking at an Xian. An Xian smiled and said, "Nothing, Master. Thank you for your teachings." "Master, what is this miracle skill? It's so powerful." Guan did not hide anything and replied, "This is the ultimate battle technique. You must not mention it to anyone, including Howard. Even if you use it, you must never reveal its name." "Why?" an Xian asked, puzzled. Blood Prison Great Saint was also curious. Guan, with an expressionless face, staring at the book in his hands, said, "Because this technique originated in the future, a distant future." Upon hearing this, both an Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint froze, their thoughts wandering into an endless reverie. Guan was very supportive, not only listening intently, but also expressing various emotions. Yilan did not intervene. She watched Xianxia boast to Guan with a smile. As the spring breeze swept through the courtyard, she felt nothing could be better than this day, having all the people she cared about around her, Wasn't this the luckiest thing in life? After Xianxia finished, she sat down, hands on the table, and looked at Guan, asking, Master, is the divine Tao that's been widely discussed recently real or fake? The mortal world's deity speaks greatly, but for many years there hasn't been any real movement, just rampant rumors. The rumors of the divine Tao had reached the supreme sect. It was said that believing in the divine Tao could grant divine power and help one survive the upcoming darkest years. Quite miraculous indeed. Guan had also heard such statements in the Third Medicine Valley, but he hadn't taken them seriously. The future was becoming more chaotic, and the deity of mortal worlds, divine Tao, was merely one part of the grand torrent of the world and hardly decisive in the future's direction. The deity's proclamations were loud, but essentially he was just a pawn of the Holy Court. How could a pawn compare to the Holy Court? More free immortals would appear. During Guan's previous breakthrough, 2 free immortals had sneaked into the reincarnation vortex, the purpose of which was still unclear. Who can really know what's true or false? But I've heard it's quite chaotic overseas. If the divine Tao can relieve suffering and difficulty, even if it's false, I'm willing to believe it's true. Guan responded, his words sincere. In his view, the might of an immortal wasn't key. Since one is deemed an immortal, they should prioritize aiding all living beings. Whether in his past or present life, stories about immortals were always about righteousness and great benevolence, signifying that the meaning of immortals wasn't merely human fantasy, but rather a notion once conveyed by the immortals themselves. Since it had been conveyed, that was the role these immortals granted themselves. Xianxia nodded and said, Exactly. What difference is there between an immortal that doesn't help others and the immortal dynasty or holy court? The world certainly did not need another immortal dynasty or holy court. Yilan spoke up. These matters are too distant for us. Why think too much about them? It might be better to contemplate how to achieve nirvana. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, Nirvana, is there really hope for us? Despite already being a great cultivator of the void crossing realm, she still felt Nirvana realm was unattainably distant. She could hardly imagine how others had reached the Nirvana realm. Of course there is. If you keep hope alive, anything can be realized. I believe you can do it, Guan said cheerfully. Both women had reached the void crossing realm, and a century ago, they had unleashed their cultivation levels, their maximum lifespans extending beyond 1,200 years. Yilan looked at Guan, her gaze falling on his forehead. Guan's apparent cultivation level remained in the nascent soul realm, but both she and Xianxia knew he must be concealing a stronger cultivation level, especially since the primordial reincarnation skill was passed to them by Guan. Over the years, Guan's bearing had grown increasingly strong, nothing about him indicating mediocrity. Master, if you release your cultivation level, could you reach Nirvana realm in one go? Xianxia asked curiously. Guan said, Nirvana realm? You underestimate me. I could directly advance to the 9 heavens of Immortal Path. Master, how many drinks have you had? Do you think I'm bragging? So, are you saying you're even more formidable than Xianxia Emperor? Let's say it's 50-50. What does that mean? That you have a 50% chance? Xianxia burst into laughter at Guan's jests and started boasting along with him. Yilan watched them amusedly, though she didn't think Guan was as powerful. After all, she had grown up with Guan and knew the beings of Immortal Path realms were ancient creatures thousands of years old. It was said that Xianxia Emperor had lived an indeterminate number of years, an evident age gap existing there. However, Yilan thought of Sword Venerable Fudao backing Guan. That old man probably did have a 50% chance against Xianxia Emperor. Guan's bragging might also have been backed by inquiries to Sword Venerable Fudao, getting such an answer. After a long chat, Guan saw that the conversation had run its course and rose to take leave. Yilan tried to keep him, but Guan, wishing to explore the subsect, politely refused. Guan left the mansion alone and then strolled around the city. Compared to Supreme Sect, the order and subsect seemed even more chaotic, with many stalls on the streets selling practical items. All disciples coming to subsect aimed to train in the lands of demons. Many disciples bore wounds. As the world descended into chaos, numerous demon and ghostly creatures infiltrated Taitsong continent, coming for survival. Guan didn't stop them. Their arrival also helped the human race cultivators to grow stronger. Of course, it was more dangerous, but ultimately, everything depended on individual strength. Great demon creatures brought not only competitiveness, but also demon treasures, providing more resources for cultivators. The current Guan didn't hunt. Merely harvesting medicinal herbs sufficed to significantly increase his lifespan. As he walked, Guan saw someone. Xianxia, the entity bound by the causality of reincarnation, whose true self was a free immortal undergoing reincarnation tribulation. He was also well-versed about reincarnation path emperor, clearly no ordinary figure. Chapter 411. The strongest person, what do you want to do in this life? Xianxia looked curiously at Guan. He had gone through many reincarnations in pursuit of a unique experience in each one, which left him somewhat lost in this life, unsure of what to strive for. He had been a savior, worshipped as an immortal by all beings, had played the role of a world-destroying demon king, and even lived as a mortal. With the increase in the number of his reincarnations, his confusion grew. This was why his original memories had awakened prematurely. He was searching for direction. Guan answered, tend to flowers, grow plants, chat, and play chess with friends and disciples daily. If I could live my whole life like this, I would be completely content. Xianxia asked in surprise, then what is your pursuit in immortal cultivation? Upon hearing the question, Guan looked back at him with confusion and asked, isn't the purpose of immortal cultivation to satisfy the life one desires? I already have what I want, so why should I pursue cultivation further? My cultivation now is not about becoming stronger, but about living longer to enjoy more of this kind of life. Xianxia's expression changed subtly as he pondered Guan's words. Which is more important, life or cultivation? He knew all too well how difficult it was to attain longevity. Many people appeared to live for thousands of years, but they spent their entire lives desperately pursuing cultivation, and the total time of genuine happiness they experienced might not even surpass that of a mortal. At the same time, Guan offered him a new way of thinking. Reincarnation didn't necessarily require one to be a certain type of person. It could also be about experiencing life in different ways. Seeing Guan again, Xianxia felt that Guan possessed a transcendental quality, one that not even some free immortals had. This aura, combined with the philosophical impact of Guan's ideas, suddenly elevated Guan's image in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia's gaze towards Guan turned different, and he began to inquire about the joys in Guan's life. Guan didn't hide anything and talked on and on. The topics were all everyday matters, but when recounted by him, they carried an unusual significance. Even the bickering between the bull demon king and the white spirit rat brought laughter to Xianxia. In the ensuing conversation, it was mostly Guan speaking and Xianxia listening intently. As Guan narrated, he also calculated Xianxia's karma. The more he interacted with Xianxia, the more he could deduce, allowing him to glimpse into Xianxia's past. He saw many scenes. Xianxia was unaware that Guan was deducing his fate. In fact, he was doing the same with Guan. Guan thought of the mysterious giant eye he saw in the depths of the universe during his breakthrough. Could it be the same entity? Guan couldn't help but think of the heavenly spirit god, suspected to be synonymous with the eyes. At present, the heavenly spirit god is definitely the strongest being he knows of, residing at the edge of the universe, extremely formidable. During later reincarnation tribulations, I never saw that powerful being again. Perhaps it's because my reincarnated body wasn't strong enough. But in the future, I met another reincarnated body, even more unimaginable, because he actually managed to traverse the river of time within the reincarnation. He came from a far distant future. We are not from the same epoch, but somehow we met. His spirit is absolutely the strongest I've ever seen. This spirit has nothing to do with cultivation level. It is a kind of will, as if no existence could ever crush his fighting spirit. Xianxia looked intensely, while Gu An's expression became odd. Could it be Ji? Guan pondered carefully, but couldn't recall if Ji had ever met Xianxia. Who knows what Xianxia from the past looked like? What was his name? Guan couldn't help but ask. Xianxia smiled and said, "He has but one character to his name, Ji. He defeated all the strong throughout every epoch in the great heavenly spirit land, pursuing battle throughout his life. Embarrassingly, I never got to fight him. He didn't even know me. I just watched from a distance as he faced the world's mightiest, even against the entire world, and he still won. I will never forget that sight. If there is truly a strongest being, I believe he could become the strongest. With his capabilities and fighting spirit, he is certain to transcend the 9 heavens of the immortal path and challenge even higher realms." Just as expected, Guan secretly felt triumphant. Ji was himself, impressing Xianxia within the reincarnation, a rather satisfying notion. He pressed on asking, "You have no idea about his ending?" "I don't." After single-handedly sweeping away all-powerful beings, he broke through the void and continued his journey. But as of now, his journey has not reached our epoch. Perhaps his original self was born in the future, so I'm quite looking forward to meeting him later and having a fair and square decisive battle," Xianxia said, clenching his fist with a gleam of fighting intent in his eyes, a stark contrast to his usual refined self. Guan really wanted to say you wouldn't stand chance. Just then, a voice came from ahead. "Aren't you afraid of being backlashed by the reincarnation for revealing its secrets?" Guan looked over to see a monk approaching, his appearance handsome and dressed in a simple monk's robe. His gaze was sharp as knives, focusing intently on Xianxia. When Xianxia saw him, his expression did not change. Rather, he stared back at the monk and said, "If you are not afraid, why should I be?" They faced off without any display of aura, causing passers-by to look at them in confusion. Guan whispered, "Who is he?" "He couldn't be. He is the enemy I was looking for. He does not belong to the great heavenly spirit land. He comes from outer heaven," Xianxia replied. The monk then said, "We are all in the reincarnation. Why differentiate between inner heaven and outer heaven? Do you think you can stop me in reincarnation? Are you afraid of sword Venerable Fudao?" Xianxia stared at the monk, asking with a cold voice. Free immortals, standing above all creatures and traveling the universe with ease, lived for tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of years. They had likely heard of each other's names. No free immortal remained unknown. Sword Venerable Fudao's true identity must also be renowned. At least that was what Yuchan thought. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Guan pretended to be surprised and looked towards Yuchan, while Yuchan let out a cold laugh. In the daylight, his laughter was terrifying. The path of the great Tao is one of strife. Isn't the reason we possess spiritual wisdom to fight? This is the heavenly Tao, Yuchan said with a sneer, raising his right hand and summoning golden flames in his palm, within which he formed a small tower. Xianxia also raised his hand, with red dragon strength energy rising from his feet, encircling him, all heads of the dragons focusing on Yuchan. The wind in the forest also halted. Guan grew even more curious about the origins of the two. Xianxia seemed to be a person from great heavenly spirit land, but apparently had no ties with Holy Court or Immortal Dynasty, while Yuchan came from Silent Destruction Domain. A Tao Stealer seemed similar to the Battle Court, not exactly benevolent. Guan had no intention of intervening, for he had foreseen what would happen next between the two. Yuchan and Xianxia faced each other with escalating aura. After a while, Yuchan mocked. "It seems your reincarnation tribulation has reached a bottleneck." Xianxia maintained an expressionless face and said, "Seems you two have come with a certain mission and can't afford to die easily. Truly ridiculous. No courage to fight, yet making all this fuss." Yuchan followed up, "The beings in this realm have forgotten you. This is the era of Yangxian Emperor and Xianxia. Be at peace with your tribulation crossing. Pursue your own Tao. Why go against the heavenly trend? You know well the grand trends of the heavenly Tao." Xianxia calmly said, "Indeed, I can't manage too much, but don't even think about harming the beings of this land. With Sword Venerable Fu Dao here, would I be so foolish?" Yuchan answered dismissively, then looked toward Guan. "Daoist friend Gu, if you awaken the memory, consider joining us at the Supreme Demon Realm. I might even be able to secure a demon city for you." Supreme Demon Realm? So he was part of the same group as the Demon Shore. Guan, having eradicated the Demon Shore, was destined not to ally with the Supreme Demon Realm. However, in the Demon Shore's memories, the Supreme Demon Realm had already fragmented. How could Yuchan still try to recruit people under the name of the Supreme Demon Realm? Perhaps the force behind Yuchan wished to rebuild it? No wonder the future trends of the great heavenly spirit land became increasingly complex, involving many intricate karmic ties. Guan slightly raised his chin, looking down upon her with a smile. "When you are strong enough, you will naturally know my cultivation level." Shenzhen wanted to keep talking, but the golden small tower suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, causing the environment in the cave to change abruptly. It was as if they had been transported to the starry sky of the universe, standing on a meteor. Shocked, Shenzhen turned around subconsciously and looked up. It was her first time in the universe, even though she had dreamt of such a scene before. Guan, on the other hand, was not surprised and calmly gazed into the depths of space. The golden small tower was rising, set deep in the universe. The windows of the tower opened and a golden flame gushed out like a stream, turning into an ocean, magical and unstoppable. When Shenzhen noticed this scene, the golden flame rapidly coalesced into a giant face, larger than both heaven and earth, looking down upon them. Yuchan's face, but the aura was entirely different, especially his eyes, filled with a commanding brilliance, making it impossible to clearly see his pupils. In front of Yuchan's colossal face, Guan and Shenzhen were smaller than dust particles. This shock was greater than when the immortal Lord of Autumn Evening had appeared, because now she wasn't in the heavens or on earth, but situated in the boundless universe. Within this vast cosmos, Yuchan's face still dominated her field of vision. How could she not feel overwhelmed? She subconsciously drew closer to Guan, grabbing the sleeve of his robe. Guan looked at her and smiled reassuringly. "What's there to fear? I am right beside you." Looking at his smile, Shenzhen felt an indescribable mix of emotions: fear, despair, curiosity, and anticipation. "Who exactly are you?" Shenzhen stared at Guan and asked. She wasn't foolish. She knew Guan was definitely not as simple as just a valley master from Medicine Valley. No wonder the sect leader always came running to him. Wait a minute. Could he be? A wild guess crossed Shenzhen's mind, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. "You are not a reincarnation body." Yuchan's voice rang out, filled with wariness. Guan looked back at him and laughed. "Your divine skills are not bad, mixing the false with the real, but can you escape my five-finger mountain?" As he spoke, he lifted his right hand. Yuchan seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly widened, a terrifying power welling up within them. "Gu's, right hand moved swiftly, as if he was grabbing at the starry sky. When he drew back his hand, his right fist clenched. The starry universe vanished accordingly, and Xianxia only felt a blur before her eyes. When her vision cleared, she was back in her own cave. Guan stretched languidly and said, "It's late at night, time to sleep." He walked toward the entrance of the cave dwelling. Xianxia stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with him? He won't come back again." It seemed the reincarnation tribulation allowed the original being's lifespan to temporarily pause, and crossing the reincarnation tribulation did not consume the lifespan of the original being. Guan was contemplating this when the golden sand in front of him reassembled into the golden tiny tower. This tower was named the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower, capable of creating domains, much like the cosmic starscape that Guan and the other had previously entered. Within that domain, its master could suppress enemies, even create limitless illusions to stupefy them. Guan looked at the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower with a smile curling the corners of his mouth. He began to erase all karma within the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower, a difficult task for a free immortal, but trivial for the current him. The moon set and the sun rose. With the arrival of the early morning, not a single shred of karma from the supreme demon realm remained in the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower. It was like a blank sheet, heavy with boundless power. Guan hung the palm-sized Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower on his belt alongside Qingtian Peak as another ornament. After finishing all this, he stood up and went downstairs to go through his exercises. Approaching noon, Xianxia came looking for Guan, just in time to see him playing chess with Long Qing. After going out to practice with Xianxia for a while, Long Qing returned, studied even harder, and began delving into chess. Much like the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, he felt that there was a great Tao hidden in the black and white, and even his master Xianxia did not refute such a guess. Guan was using the Seven Stars mirror as a fan, gently waving it. Xianxia approached the crowd and saw him like this, dying to scold him. But then she thought of last night, and her feelings complicated once again. Faced with Guan's mysterious and terrifyingly powerful means, she felt an innate awe and could no longer regard him as she used to. Guan turned his head to look at Xianxia and threw her a challenging gaze. As if to say, "Dare to play a game?" Xianxia glared at Guan, muttering to herself, "How could I possibly win against you? No wonder no one else can beat you either." A breeze blew past, stirring the strands of hair by Xianxia's ears. She watched Guan quietly, feeling him to be so distant, unreachable through the ages, yet so real, like an illusory reflection in water. With an immense universe, she unexpectedly had such a great cultivator hidden by her side. She couldn't understand why Guan chose to conceal his cultivation level, but she began to review Guan's life. And looking back now, every move he made, every action seemed to hide a profound truth. What was his world like? Xianxia thought absent-mindedly. Leaves flew up behind her, rapidly turned yellow as they ascended to the sky, and ultimately fell to the ground, becoming part of Earth's greenery. Leaves grew and fell year after year. 10 years had passed. In the deep autumn, Guan stood up, leaving the chessboard. The man he had been playing with, a white-haired elder, agonized over the game board. Guan walked toward his loft, his gaze lifting to the sky. "It's time for a breakthrough," he thought to himself, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. What realm lay beyond that of the Taoist hidden immortal? He arrived at the front of the loft, just as Xianxia was stepping out. "I have to leave Medicine Valley for a bit. I'll talk about it when I get back," Guan declared first, then hurried upstairs. After many years of consideration, Guan still felt that breaking through in the silent destruction domain was too dangerous. Would the heavenly spirit god carry out a thorough search, if alarmed? Or perhaps invite more mysterious immortals? Though not sure from where the relentless immortals pursuing him hailed, Guin was full of apprehension regarding their backing forces and did not want to disturb them. As Guin reflected, he strolled forward leisurely as if touring beautiful mountains and waters, not walking quickly. An ancient hour later, Guin emerged from the great heavenly spirit land. Beneath his feet seemed to be an invisible staircase. He ascended step by step. Along the way, divine thought true immortals were engaged in a grand battle, the battlefield covering the sky. Yet Guin walked between the two divine thought true immortals, invisible to their senses. Their mana passed through Guin without causing any harm or even encountering any obstruction. As Guin walked upward, he looked down upon the world. Above him was the cosmic starry sky, and from there, scenes of battle were visible everywhere in heaven and earth, making great heavenly spirit land seem like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, rendering no corner of this universe unblemished. The struggle between the immortal dynasty and the holy court seemed endless, continuing for countless years, with numerous sects and dynasties seizing this opportunity to wage war and plunder resources. Out of the mystical depths, a malicious energy enveloped the vast expanse of the heavenly spirit land. As Guin was about to approach the reincarnation vortex, he withdrew his gaze and looked up. The reincarnation vortex, transformed by the Xianxia ancestor, had become stronger. A continuous stream of lost souls flew towards the reincarnation vortex, their spectral forms equally mysterious, invisible and untouchable to even living spirits. Guin did not stop, quickly stepping into the reincarnation vortex. Once inside the vortex, he found himself in darkness, unable to see the souls, only feeling the Taoist aura of causality, reincarnation, fate, and souls from all directions intertwining and complicating the rules of the Tao in this place. Having previously experienced this path through an avatar, Guin was not curious. He continued onward. After taking a long journey, Guin saw twinkling stars appear ahead, and with each step, the number of stars increased significantly. These stars represented different dimensions. Some were like the great heavenly spirit land, while others were from lower realms like those of the Blood Prison Great Saint and Lu Lingjun. Needing a vast amount of spiritual energy, Guin naturally headed for a great heaven and earth. Since the road was endless, he did not always make a choice, but upon seeing a great heaven and earth comparable to the heavenly spirit land, he walked directly towards it, quickening his pace. Chapter 415. Breakthrough to the perfect Xianxia Zai Immortal Realm. Guin watched as the skull moved forward. Because the distance was too far, he was unable to use lifespan detection and could only follow with his divine thought. The two free immortals continued their fierce battle, not sensing the greater danger that was approaching. Guin could feel that the skull had not reached the perfect realm of the Taoist hidden immortal, yet it was even more dangerous than a free immortal. He had no idea what kind of divine power it was using that made it undetectable to free immortals. Time continued to pass. Half an hour later, while the two free immortals were locked in a stalemate using their mana, the skull suddenly appeared, growing immensely large, and devoured both free immortals in one bite. Then, turning into a rainbow light, it vanished into the depths of darkness. The cosmic void fell silent afterward. The great battle seemed as if it had never occurred. Although surprised, Guin had no intention of pursuing the skull. It just so happened that its appearance coincided with his breakthrough, a noise that would allow the blame to fall on it. Guin pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guin Lifespan, 740/3, 329, 223, 602. Physique, Hun Yuan Refined Void Body. Cultivation level, perfect state of Taoist free immortal. 33 billion years of lifespan. Advancing one great realm was not difficult. A smile spread across Guin's face as he decided to start by enhancing his physique. He immediately invested 1 billion years of lifespan into his physique, and a steady stream of notifications appeared. Initially, he did not succeed in advancing. Without hesitation, Guan invested another billion years of lifespan, and the Hun Yuan refined void body successfully advanced to the Hun Yuan Taoist golden body. Tao's spiritual energy surged towards him, and the lifespan barrier's display of lifespan consumption began to change wildly. Closing his eyes, Guan delved into the transformation of the Hun Yuan Taoist golden body. Golden patterns on his forehead began to wrap around flames, and his skin started to shine with a golden light, his entire being exuding an indescribable divinity. The Hun Yuan Taoist golden body enabled his flesh to compare with the power of rules and be compatible with the Tao, allowing for a perfect embrace of all Tao rules. This meant that from here on, Guan could study any kind of Tao. Not only that, but the Hun Yuan Taoist golden body could also bring about a metamorphosis for his mana, with his soul receiving a tempering by the Tao. It was an incredibly wonderful process, devoid of any pain. The silent destruction domain also began to resonate with the changes as Tao's spiritual energy roared and Tao rules quaked, the area of influence expanding. Creatures hidden within the silent destruction domain emerged one after another, some frantically fleeing, others investigating the cause. In front of Guan, a black sea dragon with 9 dragon heads flew on clouds. The continent beneath Gu and was only half the size of one dragon head. This was a landmass comparable to the Taitsong continent in size, indicating just how enormous the sea dragon was. None of the beings detected Guan's presence. The formidable strength of the lifespan barrier remained undetected by all. After half an hour had passed, Guan opened his eyes and began to invest his lifespan into the eternal infinite skill. 1 billion years of lifespan advanced the eternal infinite skill to the great Tao unlimited skill, achieving mastery realm. Another half an hour went by, and Guan started to upgrade his ability, the Tao representation divine thought skill, critical for hiding his cultivation level and needing to be upgraded in sync. Similarly, investing 1 billion years, the Tao representation divine thought skill was elevated to the great thousand Xian void skill, reaching the realm of complete understanding and integration. Next, he worked on upgrading his stepping path of Age's Step and the ultimate path formless body. The stepping path of Age's Step was the only movement technique he was researching with combat significance, while the ultimate path formless body could prevent causal inference, hiding his true identity, both equally important. He invested 1 billion years of lifespan into each. The stepping path of Age's Step advanced to the eternal measuring heaven Tao Step, achieving mastery realm. The ultimate path formless body advanced to the formless and invisible freedom body, reaching the pinnacle of achievement. Once all his inheritances were complete, he checked his attribute panel and saw he still had over 27 billion years of lifespan left, with more than 80 million years already consumed by the lifespan barrier. He decided not to upgrade the divine skills and ultimate skills of his past life incarnations like Long Zhan and Lu Han, since these skills were the culmination of his past lives' achievements, of extremely high grade and rank, and he intended to comprehend his own path. After some thought, Guan invested another billion years of lifespan into the Taoist Gang primal energy, his protective technique, which should also aid in tribulation crossing. Eventually, the Taoist Gang primal energy advanced to the protecting Tao divine essence, achieving a realm of seamless proficiency. The silent destruction domain had descended into total chaos, with countless divine thoughts and divine senses sweeping through and numerous forces wandering about. Centered around Gu In, entities were active in every direction. Even from the distant great heaven and earth, various creatures flew out to investigate the situation. Chapter 416. Longer than heaven and earth, greater than the great Tao. Xian Yuan Zizai Xian. What is Xian Yuan, and what is to be free? Guan seemed to be surrounded by myriad scenes, violently clashing against his will at times, with images from the past, images from the future, growing more chaotic, more frenzied. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his consciousness arriving in a vast and glittering starry sky, no longer surrounded by those intricate and tangled scenes. His world appeared to become quiet all at once. His eyes regained their clarity, and one by one, figures walked out from within him, standing before him and turning to face him. A total of 5 figures. They were Chu Lu, Xiao Shangtian, Long Zhan, Lu Han, and Ji, his 5 reincarnated selves. Guan watched them, his eyes gradually firming. Behind these 5 reincarnated selves, in the depths of the starry sky, more figures emerged, their identities indiscernible to Guan, but he could sense they were also his reincarnated selves. Once he truly began to reincarnate, these selves would obtain their own identities. Their appearance signified that Guan had yet to sever his attachment to the cycle of reincarnation. Although they dressed differently, their figures resembled Guan. With each step they took, they flashed forward a great distance, rapidly closing in on him. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, their numbers surged, and soon, the starry sky before Guan was occupied by these countless figures, densely packed. Guan continued to sit cross-legged, gazing at his reincarnated selves before him, his expression unchanging. He was observing his reincarnated selves, and all his reincarnated selves were watching him, as if he were facing his true self. At this moment, Guan's Taoist heart gradually became enlightened. The original heart was not necessarily the true heart, nor later gains necessarily obstacles. His current thoughts represented his true heart. Any moment he acted upon his own wishes was an expression of that heart. As long as his true heart did not conflict with his principles, it signified the right course of action for him. Even if the outcome of some matters was unfavorable, what of it? All he could pursue was his own life. At most, he could assist others, but he could not control their wills. Even if the outcome was destruction, wouldn't a period of pleasure before that destruction also count as a gain? Setting aside karma and fate, Guan needed to consider his own pursuits. Longevity? Too vacant. Through his cultivation so far, Guan increasingly understood the principle that the Tao is endless. How high must one's realm be to achieve longevity? If faced with a stronger being, could he maintain that longevity? Guan reviewed all his memories, including those of his reincarnations. Time continued to flow. Guan's mana soared, and he did not neglect the lifespan barrier. The digits representing his lifespan flickered rapidly, but the numbers did not decrease significantly. An hour later, Guan's mana had finally soared to perfect completion within the Xian Yuan Zizai immortal realm, leaving him with over 1 billion years of lifespan. He stood up, twisted his neck, his body shimmering with a golden light, enchanting and mysterious, the radiance of a mixed Yuan Taoist golden body. He then vanished on the spot, directly burrowing into the reincarnation vortex, and then heading toward the great heavenly spirit land. With one step into the reincarnation vortex, and another step out, and yet another step, he had already arrived near the supreme sect. This was none other than the eternal measuring heaven Tao step. The vast expanse that lay between the great void heaven and earth and the great heavenly spirit land was immense, such a distant place that even for a free immortal, it was hard to reach, and even with the existence of the reincarnation vortex at present, how vast the reincarnation was. How many could find their way home in such a short time inside it? Guan inhaled the scent of flowers and grass in the mountains, and his face revealed a smile. This place still made him feel at ease. Now approaching noon, just a night had passed, and Guan had already surpassed the Taoist hidden immortal, reaching the higher Xian Yuan Zizai immortal. And within the great heavenly spirit land, within this universe, he had yet to encounter the Taoist hidden immortal. Of course, the heavenly spirit god guarding the boundary gate did not count. Guan looked up and could already make out the figure of the heavenly spirit god. The fact that the heavenly spirit god could live to the utmost epoch was enough to prove his power. In the eyes of numerous cultivators, doesn't he represent immortality, eternal life? Guan did not take any more glances at the heavenly spirit god, for fear of being noticed by him. With his strength, confronting the heavenly spirit god was still very dangerous. Moreover, he had no enmity with the heavenly spirit god, so why provoke him? Within the great heavenly spirit land, he already had the confidence to deal with anything. There was no need to be so cautious next, but he still had to keep one hand hidden. Guan could let people know he was the sword venerable Fudao, but he could not let them know how strong he really was. What he contested for was not the transient strength, but the future of countless eons. No matter how the world changed, how the sun, moon, and stars shifted, he wanted to witness all the changes forever. He intended to live longer than the great heaven and earth, longer than the great Tao itself. He aimed to become a symbol of eternity. He wanted to enjoy the solitude of immortality.